Good morning, good morning. You're having a good morning today. A couple of stretches in here. I did some stretching earlier, but I forgot this morning here. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kidimidonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kidimidonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us. O Lady Kidimidonket, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our kalana, our soul. The whirling of her dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Ketametonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us. Ketametonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, and darkness are surely ours, are ours. Ketametonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail, and we the glory now. We are the flaming fuel of thy breath. We are the star of Pico Patera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kemet Donket, and receive our ayakat and our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kemet Donket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with Tahuti we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gebanakar. We are the wife and sister of the king Esau. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Nekeret of women. We are she who separated the heavens from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Esau, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Ket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Ket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isef, Olsef, Kemet, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only your beloved mother can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Lum, the ennobled Father, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial, joy, unto death, and even into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Buket, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tisharan Shahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, in the boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art the overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends, O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanum Dapkamiel Shinu. Second, Lady of Flames, Sekhmet, Great One of Men, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikobatera, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of war, Sekhmet, queen of the wasteland, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, the scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanumadev Kamiel Shinu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crown, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than Iset, Sevubam Hashapu, Kishtif, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bas, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahar, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name, rapturous our dying, Lady of Avda Vaminta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sabra, Stol, Lady of Tepnet, Varakut, Lady of Aru, of Erevin. Thou art the Neteret, Damiseshret, destroyer, upholder, thou art a terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one, Tekaharesa Pusara Remet. Safiparam Hasrapu Tishdef, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu. Mightier than the Nethanumid of Kmeal Shin, you from the Arnat of Geminu adoration rises unto thee, who maketh sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanumid of Kmeal Shin, you preserved beyond death, that secret name of being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in thee. Homage to you, Hikopateira, and hail to the Nethanumadepikame Ocean, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopateira Sasa Tim, hearer of our prayer of our Ayakarna. Thou art the great high, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanumadepikame Ocean, Lord of the great throne, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anat. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one, O Tatin, the Kav, all the living were created in the image of Ikubateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Peter was created from the thoughts of Hikopateara's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikopateara's tongue. Hikopateara's heart guides the Anada, while Hikopateara's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anan. Hikopateara had only to speak and the Inara was created. Hikopateara called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Inara. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. The Tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikupatera, while the Anat speaks only the words of Hikupatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tatin, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikupatera is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sepiparam Hasrapu Tishtif is the great defender and beloved of Hikupatera. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the name of Kamiel Shinu of Memphis. O Arnethnumid of Camille Shinam, the primeval mount, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made Aru the heavens after the conception of Umalum's own mind, who suspended Aru by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Ikupatera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western Aru, like all the mysterious Nethanumid of Camille Shinu of Duat. We are associated with thy divine need and thy mysterious seed, like Ardis, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones, in the hereafter duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Neb, O Lord, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikopatera Sasatim, Tatinin of millions of names. Hear our ayakata, hear our prayer, our supplication, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopatera and the Kamanchin, thee, Hikopatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bet, our ears are apuat, our nose is kitsheps, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kipara, our neck is kenemetonket, the divine mother. Our hands are ketamu, the lord of Tatu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Sais, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Esau, our reins are the lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Siket, our buttocks are the eye of Hiru, our hips and thighs are newt. Our tongue is Hikopatera and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of Sanathanum Depkamiel Sharon. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Nethanumid Kamiel Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering, O Father, Mother, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother, and we give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikopatearatinen of light. May your light be our light. O Hikopateara of mercy. May your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the arm flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikopatearatinen. O Hikopateara of light, light, and mercy. Hear our karna, hear our prayer. The upper part of thee is Aru, and the lower part of thee is the Duat. The winds come forth from thy nostrils, the celestial water from thy mouth, and the staff of life proceeds from thy back, thou making the earth to bring forth fruit. Through you we seek to create every aspect of our life, O great Earth, who stretched out the heavens, the architect of all that is, the opener, the Lord of Jed, who maketh his disk of Ra to revolve in the body of Newt. Molder of the of men and of everything which is produced, maker of all lands and countries, and the great green sea, in Unalum's name of Keperta, bringer of Harti from his source, May your creative ambience flow through our spheres. Let thy presence be known in our minds and in our hearts. High Supreme of the multiverse, there is nothing that has developed without you, whose development is their development in the course of each day, proceeding from what the Father Mother has determined. By the Jed and Ankh, we stand loyal and dedicated. Hail unto thee, Hikobetera Tartin, and higher than the number of Camille Shin of Memphis, Master of Sakar, who concealeth his form, thee, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Hikobetera Tartin, and moves within the wrappings of the forms of creation, who traverses the endless ages of eternity, being born through repetition of thyself. Thou drivest away the darkness by the beams of thine eyes. Thou ascendeth into the zenith of Aru of Yarden, and thou comest down even as thou hast risen. The roaring of thy voice is in the cloud, thy breath is on the mountain tops, and the waters of the inundation cover the lofty trees of every region. When thine eyes shine forth, we are illuminated. The ancient one who has reached the limits of time, the immovable one who traverses every path. Praise giving to Hikopatearataptinin, Lord of Mahar, soul ordinance Ocean among the Anad, whom created cities, shrines, sanctuaries, perpetual offerings, O Hikopatearataptinin, beloved as King of the two lands, that you may give life, prosperity, health, alertness, favor, and love. We will proclaim your power to those who do not know you and to those who do, to the small and the great, as is done for a righteous man who set Amur in his heart. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and countries fall beneath his feet forever. Make Hikuteratatanen sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Netanumid of Camille Shirin alive, radiating the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnetar. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for many hymns of Loom, who created the Netanumadabakamioshi, you, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks, and the very green, singing on Loom's behalf, of creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Hikopatea Sasatim, south of his walls, second defender and beloved of Hikopatea Sasatim, Hikopatea Sakur, Lord of Shirayet, and the sword of Nebuchadnezzar. May you allow our God to come forth in the day to see the Atan Ra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikupatera Sasa Tim since first we were on a cot. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the Barak of Isar, celebrating in the district of Bukar for the spirit of the hereditary prince, soul friend, royal deputy for the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikopatea Sasatim, of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a Polstish beard, wearing a skull cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikopatea Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown womb. Kepra 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 ra 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 tuma tuma tum kansu 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 orsemitok shabu bananes mitorina hai orsemitok shabu bananes mitorina hai orsemitok shabu bananes mitorina hai abra 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 abra. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Thanks for joining us for those blessings. If you haven't been here for those before, as much as we may be connecting to that which is out, we're also activating that which is within. And that's what I found how to be like. And all these old invocations and all these old pieces going back to Egypt, going back to India, going back to other places. I read and I see a formula. I see here where it talks about how I mentioned this before, how we give him our sorrow and we receive divine power. We give the Divine Father our name and we receive his in return. Literally in the words it says to the Divine Father himself, it says, may your life be our life. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on a second. Hold the phone for just a bit moment. So when my mind looks at that, then that goes to every single person across the world, if they could, if they have the capacity. And now what do we have? We have a divine resonance where every single person can access that divine father energy, male or female. We draw on the mother in the same words we bring out. Let's see if I can find the word super fast. Super fast. Super fast. Let's see, maybe I can. Oh, there's one portion in there, and it does. It says essentially the second half of it. There's so many portions, and it goes through because in the beginning we're drawing the mother to us. It's like invoking. It's bringing her energy to us, and then the second portion of it, I use the word we, but technically it was I. I just don't want to sound like I'm speaking for myself alone because this should be for everybody. That's the way I view it. So the second half of it goes, I am the mother. I have invented. And so literally that invocation, that formula is saying you become the mother. You become the mother. You do it. You draw that divine energy within you and you walk with it. So now you're divine mama and divine papa. So what do you need to do? You need to conquer something or do you need to nurture something? You can do that. You can flip up and make a change. Why? Because you have that energy active inside of you. The energy is what is going to create the action through your flesh. Okay. Our minds try to figure stuff out and we want to make it work good because we're trying to please Mr. Joey and Mrs. Susan and da 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 da. We're trying to please everybody. But if we try to please 1, 2, 3, 4, guess what? We're going to irritate 1, 2. It's every single time. So through divine guidance from and within thyself, connected to all that is around, then we're going to make the best choice, even though that energy is going to come out. It's going to be like, mama needs to be present. Da, 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 da. Shoot, why'd I do that? The other person's like, yeah, I'm happy. Thank you. And I'm like, whoa, okay, cool. Well, that was the spirit working on that one. That's how I explain that. So this is what I do on a regular basis. I try to stay away from the phone. I got 2 of them staring at me. I didn't want a phone. I had no phone for years by choice. I had money sitting next to me and I don't want a phone. I didn't order a phone. I work on my laptop. Thank you. I have a computer. I have a screen. I can work properly. But this damned phone produces things that cause all sorts of crap, which contributed to my mother's ascension. Okay. So I don't like to hold them too much. So what I am encouraging, if you care to, I know you can do it on YouTube, might be able to do it on TikTok too, but it is possible on YouTube. You hold the screen for a little bit, there's a button, you can make the comments go away. I ain't looking at the comments. I ain't reading them. I don't care about them. I don't. You want to contact me? My email is setchra@yahoo.com. SETCHRA at yahoo.com. Make it personal. You don't want to get personal, neither do I. Ha! Recognizing boundaries in the world, being able to put that phone that you're looking at right now and being able to put it 10 feet away from you or 5 feet away from you, beyond the extension of your hand, that's a good safe distance for the body. If that phone, if that device that's wireless and you're popping a Wi-Fi, look, a laptop, you got some space, you got some size. A computer, a PC, you got some space, you got some size. But when you crunch all of that into a tiny flat device and you put that mug next to it, that doesn't, it's not conducive to the body. It's not conducive to our health. These are actually destructive to our bodies. That's what we pay. We go to work and we slave and treat people like all sorts of ways. And then what happens? And then what happens? We're gonna go take all that money that we earned and we're gonna go buy $1,000 device that's actually gonna hurt my body. But I have fun out of it because I'm getting entertained. I'm able to access information like the Ted of Thoth, the Akashic Records practically. You can access anything on this little device and you can take it anywhere. But for me, I gotta notice my boundaries. And my boundaries mean I'm so far away from the phone, I can't read the comments. When I want to, when I choose to, I do. When you walk and you go through life, everybody's comment, whether you hear it or not, it's coming out their brain, it's coming out their heart, and it's amplified out their body. The words that you hear was just a trailing past of the energy they already sent your way. I like to click my heels 3 times and go home. It's that simple for me. Home. Home's where I'm safe. Home's where I'm happy. Home is where peace exists. And that home is my body, my mind, my being, knowing who I am, knowing what I've worked through. I do got to keep checking the time though. And there are times I got that phone close to me. I got it close to me. And I limit those a whole lot. A whole lot. If I could be working on my laptop every day, if I had my internet security stuff like it needs to be, I wouldn't care for the phone. I don't care for the phone. If I have a phone like a real phone, like a camera, like a real camera. They're nice Swiss Army watches though. You can do everything you need them to. Love you, Kurt. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and children, one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their lamps. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwynvael, fight the light, this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampaziana Kampasi, Kingetia Kampazi, Nigadana Kampa. Hear me, O God, I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi Sekio, it was on Futura, I had Hirusha, Hunter Siruka, God of Kutijin, was Ma, Alpha to give us at the port, I paid the two, deep shoppings and Saramen. One by Shirmatai Suakum, by Shumanatai Svaram, Nunani, the Nuran, and Nanan, Dumong, Shin, when he's nine, Tayasuakum, Mishanai, and Treyas, on Pamipon, Unji Patano Suakum, Jitrashi, Atrasi, Varana, Svaha, Ruda, Ruda, the go to the Rora, King of the Drone, Chong, Hong Kong, Hong Kong. When Hayabish Ramates Wakum Hayabash Manatayas Vaha Haza Him Honging Kong Unamakusano Marana Mas Matapasharam Ham who had a Rugula Ring of Kong Nangai Maya Suakum and Yari and Yas Vaha E Wawi String on Gonging Room on he should get back I so walk home or he and over Jiba is for Hanuni putting on from home on Giorici but I so walk home she Ivara Tais for how Mong ranging tung muna basa no so ako manakarti buba bubu be aeroport be airport bubu be ronga men Reno si se que hubo san futura de het hirusha and siruka got kutishin was mo hatol su gives to sai bit to the instructions and asaramen para shukushu baru kir mak bol mamu la bo pogana la bolo galana bari ko sharo pakistan bala saru ba frikon belulu masana bo paruni yugen campaign belulu ku gola ka got be disu girlo bo gamo mo sho goris zulum aba bo maruka ta kesi ko gig man campaign amru ba kalamos yukini ki bilani shajo masana na solim para mata tu sisi masina na runa na mangi tu mutuku arata gigi Luga Zigorkin when Gagolesi or Nene Gordon Beru get getting up to Lakupano to Kuka Kumash Sanas are getting much Aru Malaba Kadaglu Godar Malata Corbo, Marutu Gora, Curious Sorulu Panmaskin to do Dediku Team, Lugadan Makia Pano to Punada Lugadan Makia Pano Bishu Soroli Munamara to Zari Mashikarano Zulumona that a bowl give it balling at Haramadu to Kumash Mashi Sori Mashango, Sugori Masharos, Serapti Kuba para Suzukan Palugal Board, I can boy, I think about a Muaru Kakuramu Ninoam Gashi. We are also on Opus is found perfect before the Nephilim of Kayal Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Nopus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nephilim of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nephilim of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hootie, making victorious Hassad over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Never to Shur, the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother Supreme, being who comes is to Hootie. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Otto's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Isaronofus will confirm. Lady Allset and Nebi Sarabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Linush Keria Saksare to articulate Tunerish Libaro Mesh Mesh Shadilu Science Amiara to Romo Girsha Isaya Riega Riega Viesha Viesha Jerica Jerica to Dira Laki Saya Riega Lima to Puru Kimukitri Shami and Zumria Isay and Zumria Riega and Zumria Viesha and Zumria Zalika and Zumria Dira. Ina Zumria Laka, ina Zumria Tara, ina Zumria Taxi, ina Zumria Takaruba, ina Zumria Tasarni niche, Maskapulu, Tamatunu niche, and Kibel Gimu, Tamatunu niche, Marduk Mashalani, Tamatunu niche, Ishbarkamikunu, Tamatuna, Zumria, you Tapasama. Ya, Nani, Bananim, Nani, Bateri, Perik, Bateri, Perik, Bagabais, Akarbais, Barcarbora, Carbor, Barcarbais, Akabais, Arkarbora, Barcarbora, Maracabais, Arkabais, Perik, 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 Benanim, Nani, Badu, Nani, Ya, Corbori, Yarin, by Gorarin, by Gura, Yaksakaki, Saudi, Sorwaki, Katulu, Ya, Stream, members of Arcania, members of Stream, members of Arcania, members of Stream, members of Arcania, members of Om Shrim 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 Em Prashavarkane Shrim Shrim Paswaha. Om Shrim 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 Em Prashavarkane Shrim Shrim Paswaha. Om Him Shrim 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 Em Prashavarkane Shrim Shrim Paswaha. Om Him Shrim 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 Em Prashavarkane Shrim Shrim Paswaha. Shubamgi Kapsuki Shagi Godash Saramarayan Guru Lamas Nikudingan and Abuyuna Saniku Kariash Murkuziana Kapaziki Kapakalu Paranan Harbara Shakara Gimbara Lord Barata Lord Bala Maskimbara to Parai Papara La Tubara La Subara Korubara Rukubara Golor Bara Lili Tubara Tukusoledi Nazula Lazuledi Nazu Insuledi Nazu Mula Soledi Nazu Ingesoledi Nazu Maskin Soledi Nazu Paredi Nazu Ziana Kapaziki Kampa Munisiksi Gagbari and Kisha Jorkishnu or Masha Zergabari in Sikara Manai Sharma Ziginan Amtai Yarn Tore Sharki Uku Akbar and the Goob Dianum Dea Sarasavito Sana Mandia Barkinari Yana Saji Sharisana Seni Visa Kioroban Makulu Kuruban Kariti Hari Haran Mapa Doshan Kakara Namaskaran Mantra Om Ram Mitra Yarnama Home Prime Ravar Yanama Home Pum Rasari Yatama Home Prime Barnab and Home Pum Kakari Yanama Home Rapustand Home Pum Yarangaba Hariyanama Home Prime Mari Kariyatama Home Pum Marika Yartama Home Prime Sapito Nama Home Pum Kariyatama Home Prabaskara Nama Home Pum Prime from Prasri for sorry Yana Yatam Haparosi Ayasas Namskarin Yako Parte Deni Operation Balambira Tesson Kajayarate Hong Kong Ring Pum Prime Monterus or Hong Kong Bong Shumashopia, Koshapia, Pisha Musha, Pishia, Kimati, North Kutushila, Lishu, Lata Tuko, Epikashu, Kima Menatu, Inatiki, Tushunu, Tumanakulu, Blue, Shumulini, Shumanakulu, Dini, Shumuliti, Shumanakulu, Tari, Ramashaluti, Shakashapi, Tarushi, Arkushu, Shurbi, Arki, Shurbu, using Gorgo, Shabakam. Ibigere gibil kashu mane anduru sheshere lani gori amarki kispari ayazi ingere compagni modo corse mi toki chabu parane chantorina kispor bagi bil bagi razi ga kambandu Shariulen Kanushi, Shariula Kunushi, Shariuleni, Skunushi, Shariuli, Sikunushi, Shariuli, Tekunushi, Shariuleni, Kunushi, Shariuleni, Kunushi, Shariul Katin Kunushi, Shariudena, Kunulin Kutina Zumaria, Utapasama, Agamasaratu is Masarati, Shumushu, Shuru, Shisho, Nutis, Animalani, Rabutishima, Yadabarabi, Dinadina, Lakilinda, Ostikunushi, Alani Mushiti, Yamasarati, Masarati, Bites, Masaratu, it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Delavormonish, Makori, Yamasaratu, 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 Zikia, Compagaparukuloman, Yashutabara, Masaratu, Bara. Vishnu Primistar, Vertam Home Sam Kumbera, Yartam Hadumuta Kubera never recorded Opera Privida to Bumi, the Piameton Dumutam Nuxecarum Maria Kinane Sam Tarai Neke to Corriete, Yartesana Sedi, Utuxo Tarata, Sarami Sanari, Yartam Home Yam and Dry, Yartam Akubersop, and Joram Tesotatu, and Ayameran Kobistrom Nuk Seki Sarunam, Sek Temtakis Wexaka, Kanane Kabek, Kagnari Sert, Efseruda Pak, Kola. Kutulu Tatala, Niom Ramagnar, Yatam Homami, Maria Namaha, Happy Yarama, Saratu Karaya, Martin Happy no Carpi, Seki, Saulam, Sekta Parte, Week Air, the Air, Happy no Happy Seki, Sarunam, Teke, Alma Saratu Taraya, Martin Happy no Happy Seki, Sarunam, Dek. Artek Winek Air, the Ekertana to Pierre, Tamormatu Yanu Yanu Yankin, Riki, Raxasum Chamber, Sasaria, Dam Home Pamparunari, Adam Haim Separuna, Marotu Surmalaya, Metanim Senukim Setsiki Surunam, Sexatu, Pekman, Sepsenu, Nico Petera, Autun Rotas, Garanak Basiling at Kia Compazabeo by Uamiam by Euro, Vertama, more City, more Colam, Morulu, Mormatu Sitting at Anak Basiling at Kia Compatu Torata, Kututa, as activity Takalaya, Nubian, Nilianki, Sabeo, Umpim Bermarne, Namahar, Muna, Mumaharam, Saratu, Luxus, Remet, Cabran, Cabram, Cabru, Nevin, Cabrasha, Cabram, Pembra, Murulu, as activity Takala, and Strat in the Bumaha, Joja, had to use some as with the Omicate, the Sacres to Numeraru, Deafness, who were firm, Om Prim Prom Surya Yartamaha Prim Shrim Chandra Yartamaha Om Prim Shrim Mangali Yartamaha Om Shrim Bamburi Yartamaha Om Prim Brahm Praspati Yartamaha Om Prim Shrim Shankara Yartamaha Om Prim Shrim Shamchana Yartamaha Om Prim Robertamaha Om Prim Ketu Bertama Jabakushumi Samkar Shamkisya Paya Maha Dari Yutim Samburim Sarva Papakam Pram Prosin Yibor Karam Dari Shankatu Sharbam Kishore Nava Sambhavam Namami Shaisharam Sumam Shamburmukur Tabu Shartam Tarani Karbasam Putam Viryu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamangalam Pranamamiam Priyangu Kadeki Sharmamro Peradam Pratimam Borham Somya Somyam Guru Peratam Tam Borham Pranamamiam Devaram Chari Sharatnam Chakorum Kunchana Sanipam Bori Butam Trilukesham Tam Namami Priyaspati Nimankutam Reina Labam de Yarnam Paramam Korum Sarvasasra Pravataram Bargatvam Pranamami Hamnel Anjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chachari Yamatanta Sambutam Tam Namami Sanaswata Matarkarya Mahaveryam Chandradika Vimardardam Smiku Garbasam Putam Tambrahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karasam Tarakagraham Mastakam Rodom Rodom Makum Korom Tom Ketum Pranamamiam Mamburam Morari Tribona Kari Banu Shushim Burmi Busuta Borasha Gurusha Shukra Sharigaru Ketu Sarvagrahama Suprapartam Kurume Shanti 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 Ombor War Am Tata Vitor Vanember Guru Vasia Derini Dio Nono Prachudaya Om Tata Swaha Hari Om Tata Swaha Nanasi 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 Niana Siti Asini Anana Basta Manekana Saya Kampama Gabati Anana Kampama Shrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Gamagia Sagastena Kaitia Stroke Kolois Nabogudu 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 Nabokurios Mercurios Yastru Yangarku Yasina Burmozarsi Furnis can puzzle Saka Shane Talas Kanpa Nabosa Tartuskan Payagashia Sashia Golomari Ashia Markali History Bari Yagushia Yanana Yanani Yarastapa Chikarani Yaramilo Yaki Stari Kanpa Inana Ziarma Kampa Bisarma Kapaya Beer Solurki Shumashudu Shumashudu Riaduria Zorlushi Maria Gatarieti Atarieti Patala Katabari Yakanpazi Rudu Yakampazi Rustu Yakampazi Shrazira Dakuji Verdukanpa Yarstakanpa Yana Gormas Baruna Gomas Baru Yana Goria Yazian Garkampa Yangarian Goria Yazidin Gernin Yakanpa Yakantala Makiatara Kampa Paru Scalia Dagia Garia Mava Bornes Yamarutuku Sorim Zagarim Adisana Canapel Kuku Nim Kamano Yardugi and Area Zipatu Balgu but Guber Deriku Baga Kampa Betsy Zagzag Bazag Baru Noiseling in Nushugam Suki Shigi Godash Ramadi Guru Krams Nikutingan in Nabguru Niku Garia Genova, Precious Sasso, Mamju Joshua Granata, Magoni, Parani, Devi, Vati, Jervan, Dira, Nukra, Tham, Charasi, Vishvar, Deus, Devia, Matia, Vivar, Drandra, Tarsundra, Yarati, Arva, Bahuntus, Yarmasor, Shvaran, Yarvorna, Pertrujasio, Parshar, Rati, Archibu, Barni, Vishvorva, Tishatva, Martasia, Ketur, Samarna, Martarum, Charani, Yarma, and Ratrikara, Meriva, Navriasiar, Borvasva, Alvasur, Mervachin, Varti, Tony, Usharti, Sva, Sorasiar, Partnis, Voranjarti, Survari, Gard, Suramsar, Ratan, Divar, Patratar, Atrikia, Archarlo, Bo, Devi Mursha, Samvivarti, Impravo, Barat, Vam Namar Sasor, Timor, Vam Margur, Tantivi, Parajor, Shodesra, Rochano, Rocharan, Varsandro, Pratara, Parti, Divio, Air, Bulgaria, Parti, Rasi, Chitra, Marsar, Tariati, Marna, Washasam Vivarti, Mame, Shitra, Vietnam, Big Sharnar, Tarsia, Bordarna, Rushar, Sartwar, Mishar, Nian, Brasva, Mari, Mertrasiar, Varunarsia, Maria, Chandreva, Barnum, Vidante, Poratra, Devikati Yanjai, Namahakari Yanjai, Maria, Mariogin, Yardeshunam, Gupsur, Tam Devipati, Nekorutertam, Ham, Deventrani, Demastur, Diam Devendropri, Bamini, Vipara, Hambargaror, Diam Srikara, Batun Chate, Ring, Kati Yanjai, Swaha, Ring, Kati Yanjai, Swaha, Shankar, Desan Marji, Pavir, Wansari, Purusha Chatushke, Abe Chaparte, Nerde, Kurkuruswa, Kati Yanjai, Mahamaria, Mahariogi, Yardeshu, Nan Kopuswa, so everybody make Kurter, Namahe, Gordi, Shankar Hankini, Yatat, Bom Shankar Priyata, Tataman, Kauriu, Kariani Kata, Sodor, Bamum Devendrani, Namasturium, Devendra Bamini, Vivar, Hambarigar, Griam Shrikaram Charde, Neom Ring, Namahe, Hori, Shankar Hankini, Yatat, Bom Shankar Priyata, Mam Guru, Kariani, Karantar, Sodor, Bam. Oset kermeton ketset perum sa putishte favore getare stata diana de medicali nan nagi chimarinto Gwenville. From mother unto her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. Om Borbar Baswa, Hat, Vitor Vanyam Regula Vasa, the Ringidian, Patrol, Lipso, Sip Shosh, Foreign Shon to Toro Tato Rata Rat Bro Gong 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 Gang Ying Gong Tong King Kong Bong Gong Bung String Kutong Gong Gong Tong Bang Malapaka Glugadar Marata Kabadu Kakudamo Kakudomo Sari Masikarano at King Badatimu at King Badatimu Sari Masikarano Aruka Kudamu Aruka Kudamu Lugadar Marata Kabal Malabaka Duka Kudamu Sari Masikarano at King Badatimu Aruka Kudamu Lugadar Marata Kabal Malabaka on Trambagames Mundingusti Haramor Baru Kami Varaman Yormo Keria Tamahim Pim Chierke Shong Krom Flim Stream Boom Boom Flim Stream Shong Krom Kujier Kakujier Krom Boom Boom Amarea Griporano Porwazik and Langham Skrayar Nam Home Shim Flim on Basomede Sukrais Om Krim Kali Hum Swaha Sarva Vista Metehi Mem Halika Ker Namaha Tanking Jo Lantin Zun Sanking Jo Lantin Ju So Hosh Shue Shore Coco Mordibo Sorco Mordibo Soko Bordibo Borbat Baswa Tata Vita Banyam Kodabasa Dirmahin Union of Prachudat Pamadeva Privastita Surkra Var Parasara Vismami Otra Capiro Sornorka Yarshna Brakiar Badruaja Jabaratni Gortorma Balkala Viarsalo Barsa Legiaska Coloserica Varsa Pulasia Marundurto Dorvarsa Narada Casiapa Gayartra Yusni Kalsul Brati Franti Tristur Jahati Artijariati Sagvariati Sagvari Darti Viar Prestar Panti Prati Arkarti Vekurti Samskriti Aksar Tamprati Borbor Swahar Jorti Smarti Arni Prasapati Somai Sana Savita Ariki Praspati Mitra Varuna Barya Ralben Karlesa Pruasta Porsa Indragi Vayu Vamardeva Mitra Varuni Vispardeva Matrika Varsno Varsu Ruga Kubera Haspins Karti Mantra Agni Vayu Sori Casa Ramarun Praspati Prasnya Andran Kathalva Prusamitra Vasa Vasu Maru Sorma Mangeras Visvedeva Svins Raja Party Aksara Arpa Rudra Brahma Vishnu Alagni Vayu Soria Sana Idia Ingeras Putri Borgara Ninkanard Babu Samitra Varuna Vasta Vasu Pamadev Mitra Varuni Chia Vespadeva Vishnu Raja Party Sarvadeva Skupera Svins Brahma Vamar Devi Priya Sardia Visvabhadra Asini Prabhavarti Santa Cantadorica Saraswati Rum Visalesa Vayardini Vimarla Tamubaharini Zurchma Vairuni Vijay Vasa Padmalia Para Sorba Blandraviarta Privi Varpasa Variu Arcasgarandara Sarupas Parsa Sarandaru Parsa Payu Para Parni Vagorana Deva Haxis Vax Rutra Prana Marasa Parna Burdi Viara Sierra Samarna Ricarda Arsharti Arti Maluk Sharpi Shartu Yutarni Yarchadur Ya Barabara Yarkanpai Yarkanpai Shnikarabi Yarngi Ya Tanking Jo Ju Ranking Shun Shanking Jo Ju Waranking and Jun Jigar Wang Moro Jor and Ying Yon Le Shanku Wating Jun Jo in Yarn Le Shung Wating Jun Warshin Jingu Bailen Warshin Jingu Bailen Dur Jor She Yan Shu Tin Jun Shor Sher Yen Shor Tin Jun Yon Shiu Hong Sher Joy Tin Jun Shia Shh Oh Ooh Cornish, Horser, Crues, Erden Deus, Horsi, Churrera, Lixo, Horse, Horsen, Horse, Horsi, Nishu, Horsi, Reshu, Horse, She, Horse, Horse, Mesh, Umam Braharnam Serhari Brahmim Pardon Vermaria Virmahe Rania Garbaria Dirmaitano Brahma Prajoderum Totrum Kari Virmahe Misro Daria Dirmaitano Brahma Prajoderum Im Rim Shring Sources Chakam Bram Braum Pravasham Pratanama Purusha Dvi Mara Purushor Venaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Saksha Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usaknam have Ketten Diam Kaibina Horror or Diapim Ketnabos Kasutu Nizur Kurti Hapasti Ratui or Step or number sec Namatan Mutu Sortur the Metti Martu for Ru Karbiusha Karuna Kanu Karamelti on a Tepepsara Karu Neperuse Kariu Nebabuina Timtim Sapuarium above by Gutri have Golnia Nepertep Chesar Tep on a pair Charbu. Tramprion Tortor Siervosifro Didian Rinni Mingatorving and Normoda Margis Shepherd Gostor Nori Tormania Romotskir Udurskir Bap Yard Dorop Ferfredley for a day or a team together free where they better use written and guess it cars were Verdig Baldur Brandfield the Go Frodi Frovi and we Carvier Sergi where a river soon scored leaf scored things Skelfi Serving Ganning Skelfi 40 here and you run importing corn imposing Kuroski or maybe be friendly sweetors with dear York near have Gamers for wounds or film from both you sleep dear she dig Leef je emotional niveau hij met go going gap je meer go meer slap neer duur meer bodyboard best ordin ville be soort mon kan belgam meer most revision we need got as a tor north we night now go for the order neer your dealing of seer daisy infectie mon die fairly lunas order bocos wins spear here sharing sharing school have the vision Jan videore da vorglad kämping gort mosorsia dori nine near the nord three ostri vestri at your for the nord nine near in down be for bombo ori or nord mori vid near vig or no in dor torin fili California valley through torin directly vir rads vin drop no rock body or force body here ro in tori ori do von ori if the vili or shioro over here through for see here Scarpia Fingi Scarpi Fu Frosty Fingi Nori Ungares your word for Dundee School with the big near him video Galaski Fireski Jamie up Madeline Bin Blaine Basig fast food boss Big Vin Loni Vins Bo Vasara Snur Dean Free Glory Avinaya Paria Visno the Maria Marna Samaria Visayama Gorsus Nambutara Dari Yamsi Tararia Samsara Gara Tara Divya Hundi Matarande Parimala Pari Boscarde Sri Pari Parar Verde Baba Pari Yakarchierde Bande Sariapi Paragal Memnata Tava Hamna Mama Kinas Bam Samudro Hitaranga Karana Samudro Nataranga Uranaka Nergar Niranuja Danuja Kalamir Ramitra Sabrste Droste Bavartina Bavarti Kimba Patara Skara Masarti Rai Ravatavar Sarda Basurdam Paramesvara Palipalio Bavata Pava Babito Hamda Mudara di Kuno Mandera Sindravarnda Varavinda Govinda Baba Jala Maradi Matara Mandara Paramamdara Manapaniya Menarayana Karuna Maria Sarara Nam Karavarni Taborko Corono Riti Sapari Maria Varanasa Roja Saravasatu Iti Srimar Param Hasapari Viraja Karasya Sri Govinda Bharyava Purja Parasisya Sri Machakaraga Bavarta Kortosa Paristotram Sam Purnam Kubarodanan Sri Daraja Rodana Swara Dana Shamya Tharmo Dara Dario Danika Priya Daxinio Danmi Rata Dayar Varuto Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dina Rada Dana Rasarka Dania Lakshmi Samaruju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dara Puri Dharma Samarasono Saraka Nindi Swara Nida Lambo Nidinam Paripalakan Yantan Guna Keraniskan Moneru Parava Navanarga Samaraju Navasangka Pavaraka Maski Yoradisa Mahaguna Kanan Virta Yashinko Yosara Sarta Yasana Bujara Arsarka Raja Kandro Ramarti Soranjako Raju Purchita Visita Pasatya Viarka Marda Mardasa Vijayo Bimalu Vandio Banduru Jana Varsala Verubaksa Priya Tarmo Veraki Visvatur Mukasa Yarto Sarananda Sara Sarti Sabanvita Sabatavarata Somya Sarvata Raka Supritu sulava sormo sorba kaream dudara rasa markanar priya saksar bevar vasri veradijas vahara samprito akilan pravantaka biorkana sampritan tasvartana priya kampara vasi ahankara arvi varjito darbir dharma verbavu navara inora subisravana kaka pravantaka sarlashma samriyuka saviyakal malavitika sulkaraju lukalandu lukalapanju Sulaksana Sulabal Sulabarka Surto Sankanara Priya Sarta Sultana Kuno Perta Sasvarta Sultana Bekarha Sarvaka Marshno Sumati Sorbede Varkana Karkasinkana Starara Sriman Parabjorti Para Samadi Kuna Sapara Saranyu Dinavasarla Parapakagri Pabaga Tanu Diya Sadni Tarta Sorva Guru Perta Sorendra Sarvir Barva Vifrato Vitar Bariara Tatakshar Pratakala Protestam Susyak Durvia Denetena Brendo de Brusa Surinam Devedras Hameti Sri Kubersu Ram Omyaksharia Kuberia Vishpana Yadana Danya Dipataria Dana Danya Samrea Mer Devi Daparia Swaha Om Shrim Hring Krim Shrim Krim Vishwaraya Tam Om Shrim Hring Krim Shrim Krim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Krihe Tanam Paraya Namha Om Hrim Shim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Om Hrim Acharya Kuberia Vishwapania Danaka Kashanarya Sarvaloka Vasakararya Danadanya Dipadaria Danadanya Sumra Dharmea Dahi Pataparia Swaha Om Hrim Shim Kumberi Adam Home Rachaya Rajaya Virmaria Alekadesarya Dermahitano Kubera Prachuraya Ziki Compasiana Compasiling Compasilingan Compasi Kugi Compraziki Compasiana Compasiki Compasiana Compasiling Compasilingan Compa Agakumash Garzana Ziki Compasiana Compasiki Compasiana Compasilingan Compasilingan Compa Lugal of the board Agni Bo Ziki Compasiana Compa Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ramerte Ram Maro Ram Sostordam Tatorian Ram Nam Varnat Neumane Karya Namahoma Karandaria Vedara Marhe Vakratundaria Dirmahi Tano Dandi Pratudaya Vakratunda Mahakarya Sode Koti Sama Prabanori Koram Kurumede Vasar Morkadi Sarvata Shri Guru Ros Sharashi Mukore Surhapar Nora Gubarpi Mota Sorjoja Kupor Chorbuti Hintano Jani Kusimiro Pankumor Borbuti Vidya the Rumohi Garu Koleso Pikaje Harimangan Gun Sukarji Kapisti Loku Jagar Ramjutadli Padami and Dani Put Baban Sarta Muhammad Very Gamba Sharagi Kumari Nivors America Santi Kachan for Operation Besakan Kunto Kuchi so host Rodo worship Roshi Karate Borshore two sources and Korsupen Kesrin and Dantesh Mahajar Van Vidya Van Guniati Chatram Koshkorido Guator Prabhu Sri Surbicorasia Ramla Kansita Marvasya Sri Kuroshros Rosharashim Kure Surha Parnura Gubar Mojo Surjar Kupar Borbor Hin Kadu Janikus Europe what Kumar Bohi Video Homo Hera Ukulesam Picarje Harimangan Bunsukarche Katis Loku Jagaram Tutatli Banan Jani Van Sertam Hama Every Kambasharani Kumarini Vors America Santi Kajan Paraber Subesikaran Kudo Kujikisa both Borsharu do Borshi Baroshi Korte Borshade Jahu Sorches and Korsu Banasrin and Dentish from Talmahajagvartan where the very Guniati Chatram Koshkari Bikuat or Praruchari Surbi Korasha Rama Kansitaman Vasya Surshvaru Dari Siarki Dikarva Vikaru Dari Lanka Jarava Bimaru Dari Aso Sankhara Ramachanda Keskar Sanvare Aya Sarji Varakanji Shri Ragubia Rishi Ori Ragu Parikini Baru Barai to Montprea Parati Sambari Pahas Parantum Horoyars Karavurs Karhishrik Pari Kanta Agarde Sankari Mari Monesan Ratsarat Sargitesa Yan Kubor Porjahan Tekabikubur Karhi Sake Kahan Ke Tumukra Hinkerna Romelar Yerash Partena Tumhoro Montro de Barshan Manalankas Payasur Jarjana Yug Sahas Rajojan Par Barnuli Yurtanimar War Parchatnu Prabhumatrika Morti Jaladil Kigar Pashareshnar Hiadorgam Kerjagar Kerjaki Sukram Nukrahatam Retiteram Dore Tumraquare Warn Giabinu Posare Surjur ahead to Hori Saranu Turmer Sakahuko Darna Avante some horror of the Etern Ron Kerker Kanti Purpose Shikarnar in our Bema Virnaram Surne Venas Road Hari Sapirja Partnaran Tar Hanuman Vera Sankatse Hanuman Jurdave Mankaran Vajan Jur the Boisu Poram Tapas Veraja Tinket Kansan Kortur Saja or Manu Raju Kodalove Surhiar Japan for Portecha and Yuk Partap Tumhara Har Prasija Garuja Rasarus ker tumratuare osorne kandan rom tu horea shasirina hi ker datarus kardin chanki mataram rasi antum hora pasasara sara rahoro upati kedasa tum hora banjan ram Corta ve janam ke duk basra ve ant koragu ver porja ye janam hori barka hagi orde tajina derhi Hanuman serhi sorve sur korhi Sankar karte mite sapir jo subira Hanuma babera jj Hanuman gosin krip koru gurdi piar na hindu sor bopet kar hi jur teri bargi mahel sur korki teoria parte Hanuman chorizo hoi seri sarki gores tu sir sara hor chir korje das hora i men dera bavor na sankar hanan mangomor ti ru Ramlakan sitta sarki rodaria basa gusu or bu O mahalaga versosi sabrasas vajahum bambo kinashranam charanti varyam hong namahu for humim prim shimim gomam namo pagapati patai parahubuki antartini nama runterutini nama jambe jambini nama mohe mohini nama stambe stambini nama sarvadusa salam services silvara siracha kajomukati chivasa manam kurkur sikram vasyamim glota tata tomasraya pahatswa Ani mani mane mane shira shiri te shabi shabi santa bukuda bukuda shabi shabi sobi shabi shai shai geni sinti shabi tara nego do kabashani ni bi ta bat ta ne bi ta andra shira kumar kyo ket ada dei shuga shi sama sama body pikiri chi te da roma chi te so genu kushara bash bash shuga mata sharo ro 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 shara shi ya tasha naya paraman haya tari ya sara ko ri ku muki ya da de chi ne di chi ari na de tana ba ne kana be ya kinai ko de kandari sandari matugi ko ro shari chi de ni Debi ro guru taka 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 to toga ta dai ta da dai ta da dai ta da kushre ta da shura da hachi bora sene shuru ba le batari shuru ba shatari shubatari sugi habi shani sugi kanen di sugi hagera de da sugarate soru ba shibin shikaran dai soru ba soru do musherte soru ba soru de kyo sharaya tugi rai shirbi kire dai Anya manya mana mamana sirikarite sabasabita visanta mukta mukta tama sabaya sama jaya ksa experience to samite de don lo to biser vitali niti do vitali ni visa vitali pari sulu kulim kuri da de pada de sukan sisman sama bode burki dam pari siti sam kune kursan ne kuri bai bis tani mantru serata rutu kuslaya ksa batai va kulo pagura manya tais va hajwala mahal Kalau kukitu kumoki yada vartano te notavati tini vitini sitini notani notavati swaha te tata te nata te wada te nada nada kunani swaha kari kadai kadane batangi bukasi sangkulu prisai sisi swaha te mete mini me roga swaha ada nada pati tada watani dan prisai de serhadi serada pari buat pasai sawatani apatani sampai sisi sampai nekatani tama pari sisi sawal sawal kusuan kita sini kita Anupati Patali Svaha Anormano Urmir Momir Jari Di Sharmer Shur Bolway Sharan Dibur Dirbur Bolu Tolua Warsholo Sanglo Sholo Charlie Char Kerni Sharan Disharlo Poloni and Lokerpo Shor bolos jerti charnimi perdi bjaran dolor min lurti hjertaren bolesho dior li morjor li loli bololi shol garcia salmosan lupo turpi gerli gidida molbo risire arsarense ner korshar ner Porsche Jordi Mandolo Chaya Tolo Yor Sherlowe Charlowe Chayarondo Ye Poluer Moronar Dolderco Limohe Coli Urgi Morgierli Hello Porlinier Lirine Lido Pordi Girni Gigi nearly cherny nearly cheerful dieli nanli no nali nalu jur nalu kerni purely kern tuli jantuli more than catching codoli for show shari yardi itilu mini tililu erti Lui ti lur nilu loji doji no ji atanditan
Tor porli tanto porli tarun torjo sherli tantorjo torli jor to lor porti por borsan ni sa porto lor ni at podor ni sa por shai podor ni jo at podor ni ar sering kat polo charte ar sering kerne ker ni at sen ker sering ker po ker di lier dor sen ker dor Lordi bollo disa porsen kertista mordi kerlardisa poda morjo bolli jardisa porsa dolo sher lore nur terdi ger nerdi ger diri sasakum savu hong tong so pak ni so hong gang ring glong gong sor Ong shring ang shring haring ara ring ang heru wasara ong bam dum mong gang ding kung ong tam pen kung ong gang ding kung ong kai ding kung ong kang ding kung ong don ding kung ong palm kung shong chi kung ong hun kung ong shong chi kung ong kring shring hing hing ding bam dum shong shring shong ong so kung shring gong shring haring ara ang heru wasara wang king song ong wang du Danichi Nora and Pashata to come Shukunayo Rama Chibi Humushu, Nara Manas and Babatra Mira Nora, that Shahara Bokushu, Nora, Mamuksire, Kushino, Muru, Kandali Marangis, Babuch and Bushno, Namo, but he say, Muru, Shuru, this was so canas of bottles of Hadnis, Baha, short countries, I was so Mololik, Baha, they see Bosom, some as Baha, Tarabosus, Namas, Matabahara, Corona, Babet had in his Baha, saying countries, I was so much, but he, but two countries, I was so much, Baba, Patsaha. Chuchiman countries I both home Hakur and Kajis for Hajun like countries I both home Kalakori Conis for Nordin countries I both home Madaman the somebody for whom Sata home for Sapa, Nyambo Sul, shoot up his for her, push your both home Samians for Mojo Boso, Marhamaricana Morocco, Boso, Matris, Vajis or Boso, half as Markis for Kukur Boso, Americas got Baligo Malika Mali Muris for Nicolo Bosu. Down on Riptos for Haku Boso, Kandrobais, for all my own namas, Mata was Hanam Kanamor Sanas, for 30 whom Ham goes unto my own son of Nissan, whom Dasha, whom I couldn't my own, after whom I Taito, whom my own Slika, Rupa, whom comes Congo Yash, my own Varjak, Sabu Mites, and my own Maracas, or Sinisa versus Salvaja, whom Pamuja, my own Marokan, so Pochu, Kobai, Congo, Seon, Congo, for Russia, whom Spa, Senichi, Genesis, Vaji, Kukurasa, Pramanas, so children Viropax Nanki Patai Swaha, Komokutron Viropax Nanki Patai Swaha, Tomotonum Visravani Swaha, Bensitinum Sadisvati Swaha, Tekokutuma Karai Swaha, Kichutuma Sri Swaha, Karitomum Durumari Hari Swaha, taking Teromri Swaha, Marishino Marisi Swaha, Daifung Kitonomicum Swaha. Om Namo Hum Third Pararum News from Barukam Katamitre, Sunabanya Gosari Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dukadabigam Sumbani Sumba Hum Bashara Humpa Hum Stream Him Klim Glom Ganabataya Barabara Savarsha Jan Meva Shambari Yeswa Tapo Shorta Vadmar Bakatundari Adi Mahitano Dandi Prachudayarum Shanti Om Kanhari Yaksa Yarnam Haum Kam Kaparaya Namhaum Lambura Radiatam Haum Ring Om Karantari Vedmahe Bakatundari Adi Mahitano Dandi Prachudayat Om Shring 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 Dum Shwala Sholi Asha Manayasa Sabasatrum Samhara Kshema Bam Kuru Dusha Grahum Patva Harunam Kuruna Tranki Shantur Tapasha Pusha Pushpa Parada Chipari Bira Paratuka Mahakara Medieva Papardim Shri Mara Agni Shri Marsenesh Varadichi Dagin Kunisambuti Devakori Samuria Ude Barusa Suraha Shatur Baru Saman Vita Raga Sharupa Pishaja Krokon Kushwala Romo Protection Kudana Pachatan Marchakane Sakar Nisharuna Prabhapura Malcha Brahmanda Mandala Champaka Shoka Por Larga Sorkantia Askacha Korubinda Manishan Kanakutir Mandantia Stami Chandra Vibraj Dalikis Dala Shopita Buka Kalanka Parmudo Kanapi Shaka Paranas Manda Angalia Kuduha Toran Chili Kabaka Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Minabha no Chana Nava Chapaka Papas Badanda Darada Verachita Teskandi Neraskari Nasabarana Basura Kanaba Manjari Kupa Karapura Manohara Tanka Yugali Buta Tapano Dupa Mandala Parmaraka Shiladashi Paribabi Kapalupu Napa Putruma Bombashina Kari Rana Yoga Master Sleep Mantra Shapa Pramara Sit Chatna Sleep the Bata on Vision Swaha Sakai Parkalakam Sleep the Prita Tom Chapa Yoga Sarines Krom Siapa Pramara Sarta Sarasi Prati Chanda Sanama Moki Sleep the Pati Namariti on Chayatama. We Swaha Sakari Nama Pario Pakaria Namaha Video Yatama Samagi Sarines from Gustibiam Namarim Tarjani Piam Namaram Piam Namaram Kibiam Namaram Kadiskia Piam Nama. From Kadala Prasa Piam Namahai Karani Asakroma de Yat Namaharim Supasra Paham Sekai Pasaram Kayum 3 Pasar Chromas Rayapati Singenias both from here. The Barna Dayan, the Rema Devia, the Scottish for Divinity Party, Divide Parasat coming Ampli, Mika, Karam Summer, Pamikama, Samika, Yapish by Chabi, Pamaya, Mika, Yai to Pamakorapi, Yamirama, Mika, Yati Pam the Shabi, Pamata, Mika, my hand in a bear, Yamia, Putamism, Swamiki, Swakara, Pujam, Sumar, Pamija, Pamala, Mama, have Maria. Sabamantra Sabu Pinica, Parkisan, Yasas, Asmani, Sidi, Pabo, Gulumantrum, Sindiar, Sotro Prasira, Rimo Massus, Deep Trigamantrum from his, Dardam, he may he Abasaya, Basay, Hindun, Dardam, him from Pumpat, Hasanganis, Comedy, Arnamarim, Supassis, Bama, Sky, Basam, Kabakayum, 3 Poson, Chromos, Ripati, Singing books from here, the Moka Diana, the Petri, Maria, Via, Scratch, for the Pin, the Pati, the Parason, coming from Pujam, the Jamaican of Summer, Casamake, Pujami, Payamika, the Mokorapi, Yamna, the Pamsami, Pamantamika, Yamtraman, Yamisopab, Mika, Subokobra, Pujam, Smart Pami, Smart Pam, Viet, Gil, 3 Mam Grass, Makorapam, Japam, City of the Watu made the Viprasala, Mister Japam, Talamala, from Umpamale, Sabata Pam, Priti, Subaba, Pam, Subum, Kurusi, Me Patruya, Soberon, Kadehi, Him Sitia, Namaha. Ingen is Helgren Hogner of Nos Horrors or Dera Barat, Jor, or Toto, Sortio, Madlitas, Scarnet to me. Terstreski papela Egypt bakala her garken dear merke or their name or go have delivered you for Georgia conspiracy fear force Ekmon Noro for the worst for Bomek for the of you near had Kadima near Igbi Marvim Rem fear more Narban or Vas or the boss your near Bishop Vasa Santerne sheer Nesjol or near Jog Ponds neighbor ne open Minka was Ginunga and Crossworky. Barbarsiania, Borchboom, View, Beers, Abnip, Gorme, Ransford, Kusor, Skern, Surlana, Salar, Stena, Basbas, growing Chronomlo, Isor, Borg, Surlan, Sane, Martar, and Digor, Good Home, Yemen, Jor, Brusher, Navy, Aborsa, Arti, Martini, VC, Avadmikins, Arti, Ocean, AVC, Aborsa, Beacon, Kunjun, Kur, Ruxol, Gopat, Tux, no Cop, Return, no Poon, or Gorfu, Morgan. Two of me, Jan Dankar, Dora, Captain Chroma, Tilja, Tulsa, Sella, Battle, the Reverse War, Corn, Ho, Portum, Bru, Aplolo, Bor, Homsmi, Bru, at the Dalbo, Motangasco, Bru, Togo, Blue, Taploy, Tornia, Terrible, Bru, Bor, Brain, but the Green, Ponton, Guruli, One's Blair, Bortmo, Borsel, Melchor, Morcor, Morschor, Jotunheiming, Kitchen, Riching, Quiddle, Ruxel, Google, but Picture, Soda, or Go, Warthos, Kicho, Brims, or Bruppy, or Blames, like Boss Marcel, Brin, Buguro, and Dorin, and Norpen, in Morgan, Gorbu, Burger, Jobu, Sharon, Dorin, Sakbi, Horn, Wood, Bell, Korea, Boo, Picking a new S. Bo, Sergio, Mere Sparrow, or Eat that your bird smoke no Bolongo, Happer, and Nordic Colum. Better Napoli, and Warts, friend, lag your room, your breast, plate, win, Martin, and Brayers, and metal orchid, Terra better talk. Mogocella pela bixomnista te turrin teneter tuon brigaderon graden tarmel firm tuon turisintin doors rig war for rigging wars or series as a figure to echlen monecolum blue lurn comfort all according to endures in wars for rig warfare league wars or series as a figure to for echlen monecolum blue Rose Way, Rose Square, Lori, or Week, or Week, Twitter, Pride, or Week, Rose, Rose, Coincinti, Facility, Tourist, Forum, Brenis, Nasi, Printos, Coris, Virdi, Piala de Solenturlis, Ipse, Corin, Dominis, Artin, Service, Narna, Beach, Poison, and Difficilia, Serie, possibly Vestabis, and Garde. Tabedo, Samni, Potens, Rex, Argenet, Aminos, Dominion, Tuyum, Coris, was no Momnis, Victoria, Constita, Domne, Bellum, Contritur, Procoplis, Mary, Visu, Virum, Finins, Tolomon, Golpus, Dilo, Tertus, Manifestantis, Advertin, Macum Hell, Aberdeen, Cum Hell, Aberdeen, Mach. Treco fro for mitrax. Cum saxum saxorumen for sumor tumo parum daina tabulumin quantum draconis draconis dracornis di mordudori di mongo shardena shatrum kosho moxom somo zoro rosharmo washer neono focus vels petudo shield in ver osicul shielani moshiti tikunu osimushitum kavotum kutum tumosi pararitum cabritum namritum ashashu kashaptu kashapearni Elini Tumi Berani Ali Yau Tari Sisu Ali Ali Maria Umrum Sanar Queen de Kula Salum Shau Waraku Bartara Aldu Piaru Purunti Piaru Prusu Mermastiti Yamo Martu Elini Oburu Siardu Pieri di Melani Orabuti Mayara Barbi Dini Dinara Kilamra Pusarwam Kushati Yara Kushati Sharam Peshiara Mustapisti Masati Mushu Shuru Luxi Shalimuti Shalur Salmula Shanur Sharur Taptu Shari Bu Amar Naimur Tea Kimas Almur Hatru Shai Shuki Spiki Mati Dili Sharmiki Rusha Kurturu Apatusha Zuruku Kalamatusha Mara Seri Naki Bidi Bu Yelani Sadamani ya napa grita kira tu pira sumani ya napa grita kira tu pira samani ya iri bagri tu snil la tu pira samani ni sti bagri tu snil la tu pira samani yang ki max bagri ta kira tu pira samani ya na kulari ta kira tu pira samani ya inai kari ta sa tu pira samani ya inai skari tu snil la tu pira samani ya ina bi shira de sap sa to re te salamani ya kispar ka kira tu pira getting and compositing getting and compositing in a load and compositing a load and compositing getting coconut compositing getting coconut compositing at a shorting compositing shorting marker compositing getting dula compositing getting dula compositing getting dula compositing getting dula compositing getting measure compositing compositing getting marking getting nila compositing getting marking getting nila compositing getting Gishmar Sakbar Darki Darlin Boler Makan Positive Barboral Cortic Kerdin compositing India Kariding Geranola Yarn Purnanda Targani Nekhanpa Sitting Gerana compositing Gerki compositing Garaduki compositing compositing Gary Star compositing Garishamashu compositing Ganako compositing of Madu compositing Ganini Bador compositing Gariki compositing Gananuna compositing Ganin Kurgaki compositing Ganil Kurkodeg compositing Ganini Bibila Sharga compositing Ganin Kurkodeg Gishi Barbar I get compositing Gernanuna King Gerkaleni composite Kakamu Utog Musula Zubu Dim Surmula Zurding Derisur Maskim Zuzian compositing Ganin Ala Kurkadek compositing Ganin Lodon Kurkadek compositing Ganin Bila Sharki compositing Ganin Derek Yari Compa Ziding Geranuna Ding Gerkalene Compa Ziding Gerana compositing at the Compa Baba Temata Papa Parada and Terike Gernene as I got to be more not had I'm taught to get us be more not had to be more not had us could be more not had teams or be more not had garage or got to be more not having girls would be more not had me at be at that harsh be at a bar the Bayash Kashati Arti Madu Kashatu shot for you me. Om hai gri varia nam hom mahavisnar verdamom kesavaria nam harusudani namom govindari namom pundaraka kesari namom besar namom bisombarari namom harari namom madia namom sarbiki sarari nama Untavadari namom saradhari namom naradari namom narakarari namom narasari namom pravari namom naranjalari namom niskalakari namom nitratari namom naramaria namom saramaria namom saksina namom sarajaya namom sarvadakari namom primate nama Lokata Sari namum Sivari namum Sarabsarabadaya namum Perabad namo Perabadi namaha Perabadia namu Paratanari namum Panaria namum Panya namum Punya namu Punya Katari namum Paraparia namum Paramarne pada smart nama Parasari namum Parakari namum Pararia namum Sabadamarkaria namum Viruset nama Umberbarikara Parakaria namum Sakalone Paris Vertia namum Niskalaria namum Sarbesarte namum Maskanaman Drastaria namum Paraparaya namum Prana Parusaria namum Srasaria namum Saranya Yarta namum Panasvararia namum Santaria namum Tataria namum Chitukrataria namum Chitametraya namum Jagamaya namum Jamam Ratadaria namum Jivaria namum Jadaya namum Jaresana Yarta namum Javapriya nama Java Suryaya namum Prakarte namum Prakarte namum Bhavya namum Vimalaya namum Visvaruparia namum namo Birustariya namo Birusvanamstudiya namo Sartitariya namo Kasandikarariya namo Sri Pradaya namo Sri Mariya namo Sri Sampatariya namo Iswarariya namo Sartariya namo Adanataruparya namo Pranadariya namo Pritapatariya namo Avatariya namo Balitupariya namo Sarvasasena namo Maharariya namo Arjana Sakarya namo Charine namo Pranakandra Sambrabarya namo Janararya namo Bhatamariya namo Yogine namo Yogisarya namo Sarveda Markararya namo Yikine namo Marnine namo Manasarya namo Sresam namo Samya namo Paramham Sarya namo Vishkupre namo Varaja namo Surasvati Karaskar Siyat namo Jatamad Dusri Mutharya namo Varavar Matharti Tarya namo Swabhavike Sarvar Svararya namo Prana Gborki Taruparya namo Varaharnin Karamarte namaha Iti Sri Hayagriva Stotara Santa Namavali Omanadhaya namo Medisarya namo Gadarya namo Guvararya namo Mikika Maria namo Manesataria namo Vravantaria namo Virakodabaria namo Vishnupriya namo Verustudaya namo Vetramaria namo Visudaraya namo Sasaria namo Satrusdania namo Saparamantitaria namo Omakaradariya namo Mintikararia namo Makadapasapanaya namo Mamadastudaya namo Magoruparia namo Valaria namo Basukaria namo Paraparakaria namo Parankararia namo Saranayan Nama Home Dapikaraya Namam Dadandaraya Namam Sapanamashaya Namam Karupaya Namam Yukiraparia Namam Yukadaraya Namam Yasvantaria Nama Omniam Gatraya Namam Kasarikaya Namam Visambaraya Namam Sakaparania Nama Home Sankapalaria Namam Sampupia Namam Saria Namam Parakasaras Nama Pavanasariya Namam Pramadaria Namam Tekandaria Namam Tekandaria Namam Parivasaria Namam Ravaskaria Namam Prisharas Namam Bhakarania Namam Bhavitararia Namam Tasakaria Namam Lukadrisaya Namam Shivaria Namam Paravadaya Namam Panaria Namam Punyaya Namam Umpanya Kataria Namam Parisaria Namam Parikaria Namam Minskaria Namam Parapararia Namam Kodikoraria Namam Sasaria Namam Santaria Namam Tantaria Namam Adida Ramanaria Namam Sarva Pujaya Namam Sarva Karaya Namam Srer Sariyaya Namam Naranchanariya Namam Evataria Namam Saranyaya Namam Sarvaraya Karya Namam Janajaya Namam Evataria Namam Bayatu Paria Namam Mahararia Namam Vishwaraya Namam Kaniya Namam Valaria Namam Brahma Kirine Namam Sakata Karaya Namam Jita Kurataria Namam Chivaria Namam Yadaya Namam Japapriya Namam Visharuparia Namam Virusratya Namam Virasam Sukyaya Namam Sraya Pradaya Nam Prandaya Nam Vishnu Parya Namaha Gutaria Nam Gutararia Nam Ratapsraya Nam Padartha Busaya Nam Vishankarya Nam Bayaruparia Nam Sarishupaya Nam Sakaruparia Nam Karu Butaria Nam Arabel Patakaria Nam Sipramana Yarkaria Nam Paniravi Busania Nam Nagandraya Nam Nagan Iti Sri Nagadapata Sutara Santana Mavali. Nesho scores through schoolish me here fresh no score ben share Tuchar morsjul wordt zeer sjul a chirchen create er smur chier seren terra la brosser messe en truor curtiel dar su wors de Christus arneni materlan merchant spur nen arntil tierne formatier de tierne formachi sjur tu la brebiur tu smur chierde Gride tu an tulir gatto turin tartir marxan spur Christos antirosan gun rodiern tar mendran yendirong gun benatierte diarmo shula se operacier mo shula naci bercier mia se mo na buurte se bercier mo na buurt mia denamsta Turtsail was hier shula shurlier verrugnur mere han chester dir buler new ser nori con cer se a nori pian sentier sur ser geria ser de ser na merda massa sur firi alasar morbi massa sur menatir bia dar sur bur Alsis per kartia fjord gos för cer da fjord her na nias era dorin krodes krore kvenan flyren kornedik mer gos norbian ju Mia sjulen kod der gosan buren truor tjur mi se dom så sen en der filan marka gosan spjord nero med berber nore krore Rach nachorium ser gosor kachar dur ne biernes leon fera gos morbi fuel rod biti der gifur ne na koro der gos ferum sem porna na esace ben ser gos o garche dure beri slum ver Karchit Kalili Tatava Pina Sandita Karabo Muda Biari Nade Vadana Kamala Swarama Dupa Rama Sanabu Brahmara Paratikana Sorchita Paro Jagana Swami Naina Batikami Bapartume Ushe Savia Vertum Sarasi Sigi Pirinchir Katate Kulam Netarte Saha Chakrata Kar Samvirarate Sarda Surimatar Varnal Sartili Parichario Jagana Swami Naina Batikami Bapartume Maham Bordes Diarte Karakor Cherde Sikar Devasan Prasartan Tata Sahara Jabala Patrenda Balena Zubadra Majasa Sakala Sorta Seva Vasarado Jagnas Famina in a Patikami Power to make Mercor para Barsar Jala Jalata Sonor Chero Rama Varne Ramas for Damala Pankor Murka Surendrandra Dias Rutikara Serika Gita Charito Jaganas Famina in a Patkami Power to Merata Rutro Gachanta Timirta Burdere Partarli Sruti Prara Barnum Pratiparam Parkarnya Sararya Dasin Durbanda Sukala Jagata Sindustaria Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Vartume Para Prama Piarda Kuvalya Dalo Fulana Yoni Varsini Ladro Nita Jorano Nanta Sarasi Rasarndo Radara Sarasar Vaporingarnas Ergarun Sarko Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Vartume Navai Arche Rajam Nachar Karakare Marikia Vipavar Namna Yarche Ham Ramyam Niki Lanjarna kam yam para dum sara kale kala pratar partina kita cari tu jagana swami naina patkami vartume pratvam samsaram tultara rama saram sara parte harat vam param parnam vitati ma param yara var parte aho dinanatam Nikita charano nischita mertam jagana swami naina patkami vartume jagana stakum punyam ya patet prayartha susir sarva papa visur dharma Snulur Kamsarika Charti Tisrimad Sankarachara Virajirtam Jaganastakam Sam Purnam Brahma Murari Surachita Lingam Nirmala Besita Sho Peter Lingam Janma Shodoka Vena Sarka Vena Sana Lingam Tapramami Sarasiva Lingam Devamuni Pravarshita Lingam Kamadana Karunagara Lingam Ravaladar Pavena Sana Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sarvasukanda Sudapeti Lingam Buri Vivadana Karana Lingam Sira Sora Sora Vardita Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Kanakama Hamani Busita Lingam Pari Pari Vestita Sopita Lingam Taksas Yorashara Svinasana Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Kumachandana Pita Lingam Rankashakara So Pita Lingam Sanchira Papa Vinasana Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Devagara Chitta Savita Lingam Baba Rapekya Revabachar Lingam Dinakara Kodi Prabhakara Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Asadolo Parivestita Lingam Sarvasambor Bharaskarana Lingam Asadeatra Vinasana Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sora Guru Soravara Purjita Lingam Sorvana Puspas Sarachira Lingam Paraparam Haraparamam Paramakam Lingam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Lingastakamir Purnyam Yar Petasiva Sanito Siva Lokamavno Tise Vinasa Hamurate Nataraja Narthana Sundara Nataraja Jay Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandama Kananan Priyam Sidambarya Bihari Namaraborka Gumpitas Parim Bala Lora Surkam Sarambaka Makaranam Sarambubari Daratnam Karambosha Jaga Karam Sidam Baram Viva Varya Samasta Bata Posara Savaha Stabadakan Karnam Prasarta Karati Viva Param Nerasar Jarnar Paratam Karstar Murti Sarnam Sarstar Kandar Mandalam Haram Bosha Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Viva Varya Jarakati Tamartitam Nila Lokanan Virtam Parakertar Staritar Tam Paratar Pakala Parnam Norka Purpava Virnam Kotara Pasadari Nam Haram Bosha Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Viva Varya Koranga Sabaso Pitum Siram Kashana Narasitam Parangana Kara Ram Varangara Kara Chirtam Kargaratara Sargam Sarangam Katargamam Horambusha Jagagunum Sirum Param Vivaparye Amanda Bargia Barajar Narzum Barandar Hasasad Mukakam Sumanda Maranda Kamini Kari Drakarin Yardam Samamam Damam Daluta Mamanda Yartur Marmanu Horambusha Jagagurum Sirum Param Vivaparye Karindra Kamavasa Sam Garindra Kapartier Narm Surendra Murtya Purchitam Kakindra Vaharan Priyam Ehindra Bursara Javalon Nahindra Savila Sernam Horam Boja Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Viva Varye Malapahari Nitarte Saravira Sarkari Nambara Risa Prabajar Nam Lalamaru Palokaranam Lasapanidra Harinam Javalashi Sula Darinir Nam Horam Boja Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Viva Varye Sasangka Manu Viho Tra Rajir Terlukar Nam Visla Varsa Samsur Garang Surandat Maraditam Yagam Balola Sadavar Paradram Dara Ratan Viram Haram Pusha Jaga Gurum Sinam Param Viva Varye Saran Tarankar Sachano Kapapasa Karasarne Marandar Yurta Durjana Lisik Sarner Vikat Sarna Siram Parkya Sakuru Swarupa Metya Butale Sarasivo Verajarte Saramaraver no Hara Serambar Kiar Sagru Suridam Saravisalir Nam Muralar Kanti Yet Sardo Pamaban Master Kam Saravasa Patha Laria Hari Priyatar Narne Vira Priya Nangis Kala Jaga Guru Ranugrahar Industry Sirambara Paka Kamara Sutram Om Sharavana Bavarge Namaha Om Tarposhari Yardermar Kihar Mahamasenin Yardir Mahitanu Skanda Pratudayat Om Skandaria Karikeria Pravarti Priyar Nandanaria Charmahadevar Kumara Yasubramam Yayarte Namaha Agashu Varchanomos tu Bandarak Darandriar Hadari Varandaria Sundar Kararia Sarana Naria Nirtam Vikramaria Gori Hadarnanda Sadmud Barva Namostur Turipiam Pranatatri Andre Katre Samastartia Mano Ratar Namdatre Ratar Nampara Tara Karsia Andre Prakarda Soratara Karsia Amorta mortaria sahasra mortaria guarnaria ganaria para pararia namos tuturibiam siriki vaharnaria namos turte bramar verdam vararia digambararia barasam stitaria harania varnaria harania barabarde namo harania ratar setapas varuparia tapotararia Pavarnam Prati Parakarya Sara Komoraria Himora Mirnde Trini Christ Vora Viragirna Namo Stru Turbiarm Sarjar Mervivo Pratar Soria Ronar Darakatar Ye Palaria Kabala Para Kramaria Sarmatoria Mal Nai Toraya Mirustad New York Karmai Dur Sertamol Namo Garandan Pataria Ganaria Danamos Dur Terjan Marcha Ratikaria Namo Visakaria Sur Sarti Panaria Sarvarsia Natarsia Kumora Karia Karun Kariarie Tarakamor Karias Veheria Gangia Kakarkia Sevilla Turbiam Saratam Namos Turitis Viscande Mahaporane Kaser Karnde Pankar Visarnir Itabo Tiaria Srikarki Starakam Skanu Varka Orogis Varoma Serra Karkerio Garadarna Skanda Kumoro Sernenis Pomis and Karasambava Ganges Yastamara Kuras Kabramagari Siki Vata Tarakari Ruma Budro Korn Karisa Sarana Sabda Brahma Samdras Kasida Saras Varatu Gura Saraku Moro Barga Van Bal Karbus Pala Prada Sara Jarma Janar Gisa Vorvarjul Multi Markurt Sorvar Gama Pernet and Karvan Chitar Tartan Parasarna Astad Viram Sartirna Marni Mari Yarnir Ya Pater Pratur Yorses Radaria Yortol Muko Barkas Partir Bavet Mahamantra Mayarnir Timar Mamnar Marnur Tarnar Mahaprajna Mapnotina Antra Karya Vikara Naiti Sri Ruraria Balde Prajna Vivardaranam Karya Pri Markarkiya Stur Narada Uvacha Pranar Maria Sarasa Devam Gori Putram Vinayarikam Bhakti Varsyam Smarini Yarmarius Karmars Darye Pratharmam Bhaktradurun Dharma Chalikara Tram Virti Yarkam Pritiyam Kursnar Bengarsam Garjarvar Tram Katur Tarakam Lambodaram Pacharmam Chasatarm Vikartarmira Pachasatarmam Degar Rajarnam Chadur Brava Darum Tartar Star Marm Navam Balas Chandram Chandar Sart Mam Truvini Yarikam Sam Kana Partira Dvara Sam Tu Kajarana Dvara Sarti Tarni Narbarni Trisan Yam Yapatan Nara Narcha Vernapiam Hasya Solabar Siri Karam Param Veriate Labarte Veriam Dorat Labarte Dardam Porati Labate Putram Yoksarti Labarte Gartim Jopar Gara Pati Stotram San Biras Mase Palam Labet Sam Varasare Nazirdim Chalabarte Nadra Samsarya Asarbio Brahmar Narviascha Liher Vaya Samar Varia Tarsia Verya Bar Viet Solvaga Sarsia Prasadarta Tisrinara Porane Sankasthanana Sarnam Narmaga Stordram Arbetarvar Sarmarte Pranar Marjar Narnam Sampara Narya Dortamar Marsi Maru Pam Pralada Posana Tartam Prantetka Varsiam Dervam Bordar Kamapi Narvami Korpasa Mundram Nata Jarnatva Karauta Vapra Karsakala Sia Dergemarios Nuever Burva Torasi Arstambar Norminam Harvisnum Vir Sordi Dararnam Yaskapure Hardatamo Hardum Saturatir Harun Nadim Nara Hari Bahu Sonamarni Tambistum Riputer Yastir Taradasar Kudar Mirva Surni Serna Korajar Garai Darteriastam Varde Pralara Porvar Piarik Nikela Pam Praladam Pranamarjana Parker Korvanti Divisardo Haranier Praladar Paradar Citram Korute Namarvi Yasarma Ham Saran Din Durkardia Palam Karakar Pravar Kishorna Tisam Karanarbor Jakavardiam Torasere Tampra Korvan Harmiar Dermukena Ruva Bursakar Sornia Sankan Kanar Tarm Prakarti Karoshi Biariasia Cordia Balea Talamer Verkiar Prasad Vidyar Tarzan Yarbul Titi Sringeri Jagat Guru Sri Chakar Das Verdia Panraksim Harparati Svarambi Virasietam Sri Niarsima Saktarkam Jing Shin Shin Short Xing Te Xing Ying Ban Word Ting Por She For Ming Bord Ming Hor Xian Shi Hori Ming Jing Shin Shin Nan Ning San Hor Nyong Ju Po Ho Shang Jing Shi Ro Li Ling Hor Shin Jordan Jur Hor Shin Ho Tur Chor Short Fan Xia Shin Jung Lun Tong Ming Gam Shin Dol Tian Chi Shin Yor Kier Shi Jin Hor Shin Hor Ben Kier Shin Yan Jin Jin Shin Dan Yon Ling Hor Tong Jiren Shi Shan Lian Yar Dori Chan Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Shin Shin Giorgio Shin Bo Tin Chu Nan Wei Shin Jing Di Shu Hon Pu Wu Shang Jordan Ming Ting Lai Ba Hu Dor Sing Fer Nyu Jor Pu Shor Wu She Ru Wei Wo Shin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Di Shin Chu Jordan Shi An Jin Por Por Won Ling Yor Dor Shin Porn Tor Di Ji Ling Shur Xia Yor Ji Borde Wa Jing Hol Sing Sing Dao Ne Wa Jing King Gan Fong Wei Ber Shor Tan Ting Te Shon Yor Ming Shop Share Sing Gor That Lur Yor Jang Li Xian Jing Lian Di Shin Jor Lian Di Joran Ke Pension Dong Jong Jun Ju Hurn Li Tai Yun và Phen Wei Shen Shi Ro Jiran Bing Wu Ling Bor For Ming Por George Aten Garlor Darla Dorn Gorn Cher Jor John Yor For Jer Joren Shat Wei One Kern Jinction Shen Jor Yon Shi Yor Wen Shi Shou Iban Ki Bang Narn Yarn Ar Jing Wor Yor Beher Shi Wan Bor Wang Shou Sher Wei War Shun Jorin Horizo Shador Ti Chong Kurn Ji Ruri Ling Jing Wan Shin Jor Tiandi Jin Jong Wan Ki Ben Tin Wan Jur Wan Jie Xing Wu Xian Tong Chong Jie Nei Wei Wadi Du Jur Ju Bo yo xin won shor hu hu war shen chi shir bo shen bor wen bo lu candy garn yung kurn shor chi baran shem Yorko min san jaisher wayward tisher wing one sensor li yi shi letting quality yo sang dan jang wai wong jeng neo pili lation yen ming torn quality jor che worki ting jern one sure jan Puhu Shenren Ji Ruli Ling Jur Jan Shen Jor Do Yor Shen Jor Shen Jar Jang Shorn Shorn Ru Yu Lur Jen Kun Ji Kar Chen Ling Japan Jan Pelen Jan Ling Chen Wan Jor Jing Da Jor Tan Ji Ji Ruli Shun Jor 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 Yun Jor Te Ju Or She Sher Shu Ja Jer Jaror Hor Shen Ho Wo Fang Hor He Year Jorong Jerry Yours Tian Rang Ren Nan Be Ne Ju Yi Yan Dong Chong Chi Yu Shu Ling Fu Yun Chi Jiang Xin Xian Wen Dan Fu Zhou Zhou Ki Yu Yu Ming Ming Ki Wu Qing Ke Ning Chi Kan Chen Rou Ti Ke Fu Yor Ming Chang Yu Lai Yo Shi Sheng Zhan Du Namo Hera Rara Dor Laya Namo Walia Polo Jadi Shur Bolaya Portisa Dur Poria Mohe Sarto Poya Mohe Jalor Nijaria Hontapo La Pali Shura La Lor Darjana Moji Li Bruri Mengalia Polo Jirishi Pola Lento Polo Jarjan Chiri Limo Todo chame sapotato dor show pega cheiro um saposado namo porsado namo pokermo parte toda agita orenga polorgir lor di jar lor di limo jar porisado pasar por sabor bor la mola moji lerto Yorum julu julu jerming dulu fashe yer di mohe pasher yer di turla dilini shipola yasela jela momo pamola mor dili shi shirna halashen polashe li pahasha shen polashe hulu mola hulu jili shola Lajili shulu putuye midili yellow lajinchi dili sirni napo ye mona so pohe shi tu ye so pohe mohe shi tu ye so pohe shi tu yuri shi pola ye so po Hello la gentile so pohe mola tur la lor so la porge Gila sengamo ker so por mo her har shir por yeso he jar la ha jir to yer so po he boto morje jir to yeso po hello la gentir po kela yeso po hemo por ler sharing jela yeso po Enamo parar dar dorla yer namo wali yapologi di show pola yasopo er hon jir jan dur mandula bal toria sopo e bore bolo miardo changing jungan jai je por sha jen chen bore bolo miardo Xiao Sharon Wurm Yorn Je Kong Du Ye Ke Ku Sheli Ji She Bori Yi Kong Kong Bu Ye She Ye Ji Shi Kong Kong Ji Shi Sher Sho Zhang Xing Ri Yi Fu Reu Shi Sher Li Ji Shi Fu Fa Kong Chong Bori Sharing Bori Me Bogo Borsing Bori Sing Bor Sharon Shi Fu Kong Chung Wu Sher Wu Sho Dòng sinh siar wuya nor bisha shen yu sher shin chang duer chur pa wuyan jar nari sir wuyi sir se wur wu ming yu wu ming chen nari sir wu leo si wu leo si chen wur ku sher mier do wur si yu de wu so der poti sa turbi bo rebel lor mi dur ko ju yi wu war hai ku your wur Oyan Lidian Del, Mering Jaring Jordan Dari Pan, Sanchi Show Bu, Yebore bo lor min tul gur der nol dol lor samyo san poti gur jibore bolor min tul shita jer jo shita min jo shir wu shang jo shir wu ding ding shor ning shor yer ker ku jechi bo shor gur shor bore bolo mir to shor shi shor shor yur sher di bolor gerantir, bolor sering geranti puti sapur ke nan mo poto yer, nan mo damo yer, nan mo sering kier yer, nan mor kunshi shai pushamo he, sajora ba jenje, daji toran jol gerala parati, jendo morni mo her bodeng milu lulu, dishejar shwala gerle ashari, hong ba shahen hangan balatur borna, Mir Honda Samandur Boru Nana Boladi Hedul Shervor Saragnan Darji Towan Keke Kerji Hong Ruwala Ruwala Bola Ruwala Di Shishili Shopoja Shadijar Shiri Nearly Show Wahenam Oh, Toriana Moda Mohier Namos Senkier Ajiti Hululu Jidulu Jibo Jilipo Sierda Libulu Lisu Wahinana Obage Wardi Abalamidar Ha Yuliana Surbi Nishi Shirtar Dejola Jaya Data Gerdarie Ala Herdi San Jansan Burdarie Daniya Tanar Salibar Sansigerli Pali sudah dalam mari kegena sang gadi syarba war shivi syurdi maherna ya bali wali suho herna mobor kia padi kisah share jurudi syurdi bola bol helasye datur jer dol ya laheti samoson botu ya dajir to on pisha shi pi shi shar pi shar share san mo jer di sohi on manar bai he hong mar geni yar naji jure de bandara ne jate jer narn wer dali ker sa orwo or tabuli jeta ke nabular nar buli dior der ban nano na malur jishola do he li poli bordi cure he cure herdi tolor di he la di lir ni di mo he kali shen linkan di na mo re mi to pol ya to po ker to ya to ti yer to emili du por pi emili doji dan por emili do pijaran di emili do pijaran do Termini kier norgi dorjar lisa for her namo poto nanma dormo nanmo sing kenamo shireli mo he tiarbi ali dar ni yafu fo di pulo la nor lisan mantur jarshe ni mokepi hello ker di san manto joboli di huli do wali no dabo di mohe piu go bieri mo herni ali da lor mor senkiti jidi shan manto watur nor poloni Shorting yarn racing pupakin journal Yol wol tong chung chan shir wol shan chormi shir mien tien di you away yer tan di you bearing shing or one wo yo wo way you your share your ma hong ching shi shen yi shi ben Jin Shen Yen Nang Lang Fu Ishi Vir Shar Yarn Heng Li Ching Ching Chur Yarn Ming Wur Nai Ate Heya Yayo Gichi Mani Togo Miki Sumo Poko Wa Ate Heye Yayo Gichi Marni Togo Miki Sumo Poko Wa O Ki Warning Sista Mix Tarki Heyo Harna Heyo Harla Teo Harbi Gina heyote arabia gina heyote ator harbi I warn gina hini yote ator hat harbi warn gina hini yo ya he univahu he univa he univahu ya he hu ni ani na hiner na he ya na he ni na he univahu ya he univahi ya hiner na Yani sini hawa na, yani sini hawa na, hini swa vira kini, hini swa vira kini, ni tuwi na ho hu, ni tuwi na ho hu, warasina no ho hu, warasina no ho hu, ni himasi asisik, ni himasi asisik. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Vishnu Prachodaya Om Devakanadaya Virmahe Vasudevaya Mahitara Krishna Prachodaya Om Tarposharya Virmahe Sasaksharya Mahadevarya Dhirmahi Rudra Prachodaya Om Ganadharya Virmahe Vakratundariya Dhirmahi Dandi Prachodaya Om Kakiyaya Virmahe Kanyar Korborya Dhirmahi Durga Prachodaya Om Bevek Devyari Char Virmahe Kamaracharya Dhirmahi Devi Prachodaya Om Mahadev Vyachar Vidmahe Vishnu Parthnyachar Dirmahi Tano Lakshmi Prachodayat और नियर शेयर नियन गास तंडो केस नाती मार्च नाम शेयर थ्री बास ओई मुरुकर हियर थ्री आस दारुन तो टेर सर्च तोरा tat sidam tor dan terning chor ler mi se pum chor riti lor di glas ring sin lor di na naskar molchur orcher domti asning ti paskor basern Armionir Magnia Nabar Nar Berbam Serdam Dorinar Ster Vindruni Dirva Orter Orich Rotar Morich Romorter Munurni Belamolech Nim Tibas for Beach War Fear Thor Morter Nim Ragbana Tier Deutschland Dor Turklas naturul Türkçeliğe nimleyenler tur ne kuore barla kuore bjortin tunti oçer nam serdi ore gran yure Armenia senet ser ham ser drakono termernar med der for proni doris na beter mo ser charndel om dun diturgil omen ansur ste om loyal moram sin ser chamarner proporcher trexet Brad dar search der or ear Kotagor kuku more sa roberatin spirito noi pum sar domine esaluster heru esaluster domine esaluster han esaluster domine esaluster Chris esaluster super papalum tum domine benedictum tua ate heye yayo arte heyelo ni tuni shila when you get a cake taye yayo ni tuni shila when you get a cake taye yayo arte heyelo ni takuye when you get a cake taye yayo ni takuye when you get a cake taye yayo arte heyelo mi chingshi nante mayor se arte heyelo ni chigar kete ni chigar kete arte heyelo Charon Pawanchi Charupi arte heyelo Chiani Piketa te heyelo arte heyelo hetuicha heuchari ho hetuiche heuchari ho hunko kile chaya ho hunko kile chaya ho arte ye heyelo one yan mani ye Tatanka one mari yeah arte heyelo lecho mio karikatelo yo lecho mio karikatelo yo takumaki charika era mita wat yellow yo takumaki charika era mita wat yellow yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo yo minching shi te wakila che ya minching shi te wakila che yo ya te yo ya tai chi ye ya te ye ni chi garka pikar te chi ye ate ye lo ate ye lo ha ye ya yo ha ye ya yo mi la kin hi yu mi chi ya na mi la kin hi yu mi chi ya na wa waka black te ye wa waka black te ye Onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yellow yo puya chini wasan waka ginkete puya chini wasan waka ginkete Unchi hey yellow yo, unchi hey yellow yo. La he ya hey ye la ha ye hey ye. Kangi ya o ya te ye cha ya wo wello kangi ya o te ye cha ya o wello ni ya te ye hey ya o ni ya te ye hey ya well bali kaleshka one ya ni we one bali kaleshka one na ya ni we Mio con kin one lucky ye Mio con kin one lucky ye henna one lucky ha ye ya hey ye hi ye hey yeah. Mi ching shi mi ta waya, mi ching shi mi ta waya, arte heu, we arte heu, we arte he ya heu, wello arte ya heu, wello. Yani piketai ya wello, yani piketai ya wello. Wasa wakin katai ye, wasa wakin katai ye, lechi ya ye, pule ye, lechi ya pule ye, hey yellow arte hey yellow arte yellow aralena makuwe ye aralena makuwe ye pero wan yan makuwe ye pero wan yan makuwe ye ara makuwe ye ara makuwe ye ina henkuo misun kalachi ye o mani ye misun kalachi ye o mani ye ina henkuo wana sapiketa unchi tazipa michuya arte heyelo erkin yan gali he ken yan gali one lechia wana sapiketa ke yara pilo one lechia wana sapiketa ke yara pilo wali kari pe wani kepe kagalio arte heyelo mio one mariana kario mi yara one mariana kario kangio yarte one chanan kuko akake lo kangi oriarte one chanan kuwaka gelo yari piketicha kola he yellow Macasito Mariano Kio Yarte o Kio one Balio Yarte one Hoshi Heyelo arte heyelo Macau one Chariare Kia Petekino Kia Kangio Yate one Hoshi arte heyelo Lena Wakarchi arte heyelo Ogalikin Han Wakan Wagarchi arte heyelo Charon Pakin Wagarchi arte heyelo Bior Karn Kin Chichuki arte heyelo Ogalikin Nianyar Kartara arte heyelo Michinshi Tahira Kupie Makoche Wan Warshte Wari Argali Pite arte heyelo Wana wicheshka di wana wicheshka di yer we hurta humani we hurto humani o katana koria wo warhin kete koyan wo wahin kete arte michuya warhin kerpe michuya warhi kerpe michuya ahia wasna watinkete ahia wasna watinkete hanpa wachige Tewakila lahe Winblini chala here ka yellow Wanblini chala hake yellow Karhe yellow Wakanyani Yakinkite Wakanyani Kankete Changelishka one luzanin han Yankinkite Gelishka one luzanin Yankinkite one wayar gupo one wayar gupo at the halo En is rhaid sort na pes yw tyn y drwas o'r news ys gyblws ar yn ymwneud ydych o bwyn sy'n rod gatem sy'n cynnym bethw a di cyn jeff y miwr o'n nefs o mari mas yr ymwneud cwrys ys yr ymwneud sy'n waras y bod yn sy'n tyn mynd cynnym o'r gyfres edrych am lyc ymwneud trwy'r nefw nefs o gof beth ymdoes yn hyn toyn dobar y bwy o'r tabar sy'n nhw ys rwy'n bod na trwy'n mynd mohotiad i'r os nefn gymryd mwtw dyn ar pepet at y brod o mi na yn sier a bwyd mae hart a bawnt o tad a mae'r pwrdapsad no brydig yn tad bydde tad yn ymwneud nhw sef ys yn Harano ya shabas kam nu asking team hera jo tiju to parking with to drama keru men and pop shure bas rapidin and so happy so happy and now in the pop rom record sig rom kudiaru da men nation de peperua en menu Rutar heroinum tu hero beno eru soisot soisot kabi oigam tak kana tis mata beru quicken or smamor or pagi pat tuo asari in the kermet seri kanumi sekaring kane sakarin zulun tu so ketu tu matu is kunishne se kara da param kanisum ketu is suti bishutes kapernem to nui hari tinu manan senes and ora kapitamen with the rosikanem kapa bus setsu amne ketu in kid hari kabi set nabu domini min hezron pets a pet run an shishariku de german second run pet pets or two letter just on a papa second and pets come toy her mabu and tapi jua papa man that reset the second resu second toy man empty new second best capas babras set you watch that second ne bara isikun bush desert tini erin siak so parker second and pets really the musicu so very miscudi miscabi capacity meted some other sarah pets at the second at the Africa to win and already madam the sewage let's for the issue bomb snap and second number need to turn mati mother to go in shaking and can sort of do pasi high for that ticket can meti on the tip na brasa rekina babu na patem sapaduma babu turki name never cautious of the banap method to method to moment to kabushi serve kadu by morto each of coach amavi special for him to set at the stunning can end up get can enter can to come in to can met to never to drama sushi like kitchen chat at the never see you never miss and any joy can next neki worry sorry just as can create caption corruption in me getting set munta by to other co aba do like you get small up segment woman and get for the pet video when search up to not say get the that you are going up so take a moment shop to next time and from never shaking at taking new pumum so should be under top them when you form my crackers and any who are winning the wabudi in getting my in Japan and heading church at a certain moment to cook it number to what and my brew I kick and that and certainty to mediation you can add it never you me to understand you better Manhattan you can have to one and head party Saturday American menu has you and again you do me yet as it but in just maybe you can come host up for the toss of some site no my Canadian new soils rubber for the mid take messenger never make getting canteen manu that's never the terminal to know why a proposition never talk I come at two session toy MS two banana blue you also pretend hold up the also pretend hold up them party must you party to you and make your election to run you couldn't put them on the sitting up put them on that and you have some lobby mama no Capernaum Today of Tatis of the Capernaum Watam Jadet and Army Unuaki Musiku Shabor had actually particularly a super government recruiting Takisu exactly Nuta to Nukara and Perspicuay Kunupam Tiu Kupisan Forge Tiny Karamuch of Napria Samota New in Pet Moy Runema Masic Biome soon Padded Snake Senatet and the Tap the Pick and Soccer Manu to Coral and indicate to Guamaki when a Capra no message to I put him Camutapin and Abuner to dig su decent and neck yo benet set in neck time or net three teams that can be patent roman and a sort of hand of say you reading if some is get a call my injury when net three one hey who had some message to a to picture I added a new neck patient and shake new after front war on up to moment masaru was a tentum lick of nan shanur kuti adi descamamun and contact of root up and tafumu to move na bros on the wrong never reckon caught up is a kaini kept na true na bruise or rectar and nerves so the cut up in correct never record to use what kept now shot the thumb that flew in injury was at the west of the best watch up watchness and man during permanence and a said ni said kutini asat sorry so but I voice and up to I jenny ni saying one I'm like to put kaparam kapari kaparna kaparu devum take brush kaparam prem trambun tunam pam yes urna on can attend bands and can be ordered and but the area in its trolley still some sabi academy me to adi to run it so that shall be no after within abae so Christiana Conan I first said Ebony said every sort of jabu at the scan pensuti so but can make use of coaching that will them coming cotton and a macaru munifs and you may break an number of roharu to a woman and skip that can number one and to never them and go back or make up and self and you know what back that some of the second and but get it should be shitty buggy got sorry I can can be take my nature relationship at the get any no systematic absence of Karmasha to one make use I had a cabin and revolution in case then needs a better getting a quarter that I do want to do the copper American and the bits of the second to make him guard casual cabaret second shoot a nativity that Nettie woman up in that room and the Saras and Neptune, New Dips, and Munu, for months, the Captain Tempest, and Jaramapas, Ganapus, Startups, Sarina, Capri was a tune gap. I kept a hold from promotion to Deputy and independently. I'm not the answer to we must. Voice at the threshold of shadows and steps, then sigh peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, tears and blood, prick the hands that cry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikia Compasiana Kampa. Mute. Go. Mute. Kepra, ra, tuma, kansu, arsem tokishabu banansham turina, arsem tokishabu banansham turina, arsem tokishabu banansham turina, abra. Good morning to you. What is a spiritual life? Because it doesn't look religious and it doesn't sound like anybody else. It's completely unique. What is the spiritual journey like? When you lose, you win. When you win, you lose. What am I talking about? I am talking about a catch-22. You're going to have a loss and you're going to have a win. And you get to choose. Up to today, you've had no choice. You just had to take the win that you were taught to take. When you win in this world and you get famous and rich and you have all the friends and there's no more struggle anymore, you just won. All right. But you just lost the spirit. You just lost all your faith. You just lost the war for your soul. That's what happens when you win in this world. People look at me as some example, or look, he's winning, so I can win too. I'm not winning. This isn't winning. This is me focused on ascension rather than money.
When you win, you lose. However, for me, for myself personally, my pursuit's been with the spirit the whole time. It's been on ascension. Little kid, that's my connection. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what we're all supposed to move towards. So for me, I'm winning. But my win is a loss to the standards of the world. My win doesn't look like a win to everybody else. Maybe a few, but those are very few indeed. You don't have to go through spirituality to realize it. Some individuals who grow up through their life, they chase the money. They chase all that stuff, all that worldly success, and what they got is a heart of emptiness and no connection. No connection. It could be surrounded by people all day long. Zero connection. Because human state of being says me, 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 me. Divine state of being says you, 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 you. I'm not here to create my castle for the future. I'm not here to run the fucking earth. I'm here to go through my process so my soul can have a new frequency that doesn't match the vibration of this planet anymore. That's how I never come back. Bye. That's how we all ascend. So if you want to copy the world, you are securing your win in the world. See, I know in my days, my elderly days, whenever they come up, when they roll around, there's going to be people. Those people are not just going to be bodies moving through space around me. Those people are going to love and care. How you doing this morning? That's what I look forward to. That's what I look forward to. I look forward to waking up and making some coffee. How are you doing this morning? You doing good? All right. Bam, give the hug and everything. You know what I'm used to living with? For the past fucking 12 years. 12 years. 12 fucking years. You know what I'm used to? I don't care. It don't matter how close they are. They just moving right back. They got their own interest. They got their own life. There's no hello, goodbye. There's no nothing. We learn how to live in silence because we don't talk. We keep everything to ourselves. We don't talk. We don't do anything. We don't. The world is completely isolated by choice. Should we call it a manipulated forcing? From like our environments and stuff. Yeah. And our environment has socially moved us into self-imposed isolation while we're standing right next to a motherfucker. Let's talk. Now I got a buddy out there. I got a really good buddy. That buddy I consider a friend. And that friend I consider a brother. And that brother I consider a spiritual family member from where we first came from. So I'm not talking about him. Okay? Just in case you're watching, I'm not talking about you. People ask me, you got friends? I got one friend. Everybody else has been business partners, secret business partners. I didn't know I was in a business.
They were running the program, they were running the game, they were running the shop, they were running the college, they were running, and they brought me in to be their fucking money maker, worker, fucking student, whatever they decided to make me without talking to me about it. If somebody decides to be your teacher, but they never came up to you and said, hey, would you like to be my student? I have something I'd like to teach you. I got all this paperwork and we're going to go over it. I got a plan, got a PowerPoint show. I'll show everything. Oh, you don't want to be a student? Okay, well, I guess we'll just be friends. People come up to you and they'll be your teacher. They take on the role of teacher. Now that they just treat you like a teacher, they don't treat you like a brother, like a sister, like a friend. It's just business. It's just business that looks in an illusion, in a manifested fake reality of family, friend, and closeness, just so that they could get something out of you. Okay? We're not part of this world. To all of my brothers and sisters out alive in this world, we have to lose. If we lose on earth, we win on ascension. They want to build their empire on the world. They want 1,000-year rule. They want to make it be 1,000,000,000 years, and they get to say everything. Well, fuck, keep your planet. I'll take all my brothers and sisters, and we'll get off this dumb rock. You could keep yourself. Because my vibration never matched the population of this planet. Never matched it. I've met a handful of people in my life that lived by the standard and the honor of love. And even love will step up and say, you know what? I want to give it to you. I want to give you what you're asking. But the love in me got mama and papa. And I know if I give it to you, it's going to cause you more problems. So even I want to do what you want, I'm not going to, because I got love ruling me. Love is ruling my life and my decisions. And I love it. I want it. I appreciate it. Because if I would have just given them what they wanted, they would have went and got in trouble, blah, 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 this, blah, blah, whatever. Love is going to act in a million different facets and ways. It's going to adapt and shift to be a part of your life. You want something external? Well, get ready for all them comments and opinions. Well, you this, you that. Well, I think you're this. Well, I think you're that. Blah, 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 blah. From somebody that never once studied your life. Studied. How many times have you read a book and you didn't study the book? You just read it for fun. But if you actually studied the mug, then you'd be like, hold on. I know there's something this don't make sense. This guy, that character's all kind of messed up. You're going to start noticing things, and then you're going to take notes, and those are going to register in your psyche and your whole being. And you're going to be like, boom, I can read my environment now. But when somebody just comes from an outside perspective and they just give some opinion of your life, no study, no, we learned yesterday in videos there, video 140 of these broadcasts, invalid. Their key card, their opinion, their entry of their thoughts into your body or brain or heart is invalid. Don't even get in. The door don't even open. Click, 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 click on the handle. It ain't open. It ain't open. There's no thoughts coming through because I'm in my own lane. And my lane is going upwards. Because as soon as I grab that energy, I go back down to Gaia. I make sure what we do, as above, so below. So grab that energy, pop it down to Gaia, let that raise up back and forth. I'll be in the middle of jazz and that goodness the whole time. That's my win. I want to be in the middle of mama and papa. That's my life. I have a brother. I had a brother. He disowned me. So I do have a brother. Just the one I was talking about earlier, the one friend, bro, you out there. Anyways, blood-wise, there was one dude who was supposedly my brother, and he disowned me. But where was I going with that? I don't know. Wherever I was going, certainly, this world is going to chalk up their wins
to money, fame, and everything else. If that shit happens to me, if the world wants to come up to me and go, here, we're going to make you a billionaire, a millionaire, you get to do all of this, and now you're famous in the world. If that opportunity comes to me, I'm going to say yes. I don't care. I don't give a flipping hoot. I'm going to say yes. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take every ounce of that money, every fucking ounce of that money I get, and I'm going to build homes. I'm going to build homes and I'm going to give them to people. That's what I'll do with my life. One city at a time, no more homeless people. One city at a time, no more homeless people. And if the bank try to do anything after it's paid and taken care of because of taxes or something, I'll rust up the fucking spells and the fucking almighty summoning powers of God Almighty above and Mother below to fucking wreak havoc on any system taking their home away because they could pay for their land or some stupid shit like that. Oh my God. If you don't feel some sort of emotion in your life, then what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? That's your own question. I don't care what your answer is. That's your own answer. That's your own place. But if you're docile in an environment where they are manipulating you every single day of your life through people at work, to people on the TV screen, to the person who runs the religion, the person who runs, okay? They manipulate your shit all fucking day. They are the source of your misery. Not the person at work, not the person in your home, the motherfuckers at the top who set up this shit ass world and the way we're living, they're responsible and they deserve all your fucking emotion. We have been attacking each other. We got to stop that. We got to stop that altogether. Altogether. I see an attack and I say, come on, step up, bro. Why you? It's not a question of why. I know why. It could be a million different answers. And one of those answers is going to fit and it's going to be proper. I don't even need to know. I believe it and I trust it. But you can get better. You can rise up. You could turn every insult into a compliment. Ooh, ooh. Okay, so what you've been doing? You've been walking around your life, and let's talk about a china shop. Fine china, right? We can all know what fine china is. So we walk into a china shop and go crash because you got some rocks and stones, right? So you crash and crash. That's what we're doing with our life, right? We go through with the insults, with hurting other people. That's what we're doing. The other people, they're fine china. And we are destroying them. And then we come back around. Okay, it's all destroyed. They're all destroyed. And then we come back around. Hey, can you help me with something? Hey, why are you being mean at me? Why I gotta fight back with you? You started this shit yourself. If you built them up with compliments, they'd be standing strong and confident to help you in a time of need. If you went around kicking every little sprout of a tree that produces fruit, is the tree going to grow? Dare I say, absolutely no. But that mug who didn't go around kicking the little shoot, his trees grew nice and big. He got apples, he got oranges, he got a whole field of trees with fruit on them, and you sitting there with nothing. You destroyed all the goodness around you. If you build it up and you nurture it, it's going to come back and help you. Now, that's not the win that the world is setting up for you. The world says you earn, you work, you could do anything you choose to do. If you want to manipulate or control, you can do anything you want, but just make the money. And if you make the money, then you get to tell everybody what to do.
What the fuck authority does money have? What the fuck authority does money have? There's no authority. The only authority I know over financial strictures, which technically goes back to metals and stones because of the valuable gems of the earth, and his name is Kubera. And we speak to him every day. We call out to Kubera every single day. And he can dish that stuff out where it goes, where it's supposed to go. Tell you about Kubera. Kubera, he was a demon. Straight up wicked motherfucker. You go around terrorize humans, you hurt people. So bad, bad mo. Real bad mo. No, it's not true. That was the rumor. Kubera was very kind individual. You looked pretty disfigured too. His looks made him look pretty messed up. Nobody liked him. He treated him like dirt. Kubera was a good person. So he winds up making contact with Divine Mother. And she goes, "Oh, is that your problem? Well, why don't I just let you rule over all precious stones? Precious stones, precious metals. Why don't you rule it? You could decide where the money flows." There was humans that were in that spot, and they were controlling that gateway. It's a doorway. It's not a person. It's just the gatekeeper standing there. And some human role capacity priest-like fool has been sitting there the whole time. And we got a screwed up world now. So I call to Kubera every single day because every single day we're creating more miracles. The world is changing every single day because of our coming together. This is the importance of action now, talk later. You want to talk about all your shit, they're going to stop you in the moment you can't do it. Guess what? The reason why I was laughing this morning, I wasn't laughing, I was chuckling. And over the reading, it's already done. It's already done. I could feel it in the verse. They wanted to stop what I was doing. Ha, 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 it's already done. The words came out. The ceremony happened. The jam happened. Other people watched. It's already done. You want to go ask for permission from everybody. You want to go make sure, well, does it work for you? And then now works for you? And so I can go do this? That's how nice guys finish last. Nice guys are so busy telling all their plans to everybody that by the time they get the opportunity to do it, everybody they told was just grabbing information to knock you out the water before you had a chance to do it. This is why the hermit mode is so important. This is why hermit mode is the shaman's magician trick. Okay? How? It behooves anybody going over the kind of ceremonial stuff we share every day. It will behoove them to do it in public. It will be a great benefit to do it in secret so that no one else sees or hears while you're worshiping in the temple of silence. They can't read your plans. You got a poker face so damn good that your energy signature is a different reading from what it actually is. Here's a trick. Here's a trick, a truth that'll let you set yourself free exactly on that nerve scale. Just because you know the information, your soul can start working on it, your body will get the experience in time. A lie detector test. A lie detector test. Now, if you 100% believe what you're saying is true, it comes out on their test as true. What did we talk about? Habits? For 40, if I do something for 40 days, I can change what I do without thinking about it. What do you have to do with a lie? You have to think about it.
Oh, your shit just got all changed up. So I could literally and have change my energy signal. So somebody's going this way. They're planning on me showing up over here. So they're aiming over here because that's all my energy. That's what my energy is pulsing. That's where I'm going. That's my plans. That's my goal. And what that was up front the whole fucking time because I never forgot who I was. I know I'm setting up patterns and energy shits for someone else's delusionment. But as soon as I saw them take off because I was going, shit, I dropped that shit and went right back to who I was. Fuck. Change up. The change up. That's a good pitch, man. If you can change that shit up on a dime, no one can keep up with you on time. That means you always going to be a step ahead or two. When you lose, you win. That's why I threw in my fucking cards and threw in my fucking chips of everything I had, including all life. I had two daughters, they passed away. They passed away before it. I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot. And I let go. I didn't give it away. I let go of it. I folded my hand. I folded my cards. I turned in my chips to the poker table of planet Earth. I lose. I'm away from the fucking table. I don't want to win. I don't want your success. If I have it, I'm feeding, clothing, housing. I'm housing people and I'm feeding people. If I get rich with a bunch of fucking money, that's what I'm doing. That's what you're going to see me doing. Screw the words. Screw talking. Screw all the other crap. If I got fucking $1 billion, I'm getting families off the goddamn street into a home. Forever. That's it. For the rest of their life, paid off, taken care of. Nope. Nope, nope. There's no inch. There's no nothing. You got everything is paid for. There you go. Have a great life. You're no longer on the street. One person at the top. One person at the top destroys balance for the whole world, for every human on the world. One greedy person creates an imbalance for our whole society. And look at the world we live in. You don't need to look at it. You already know. You already know. I'm going to give you some more tricks. Some more tips. Tips and tricks. Tips and tricks. I'm going back. How is hermit mode the shaman's best magic trick? Go into that temple of silence. Check out of the world. You do the temple of silence is your own life without needing to fucking tell. Hey Joey, I ate a sandwich. Hey Becky, I just combed my hair. No, checking out. Checked out. Done. Phone's over there. I'm doing my own thing. I got TV. I got video games. Whatever. I'll do my own thing. I checked out of any talking to anybody. I'm gonna study. I'm gonna fill my brain with a lot of information that I never knew. I'm gonna make a lot of dots. I'm gonna connect a lot of dots, and I'm gonna leave my work like that. Because after I connect the dots, I could see there's a dinosaur on the table, there's a lion on the table, there's a god on the table, there's a little person on the table. Okay, now I know what I'm gonna do like this, and maybe it'll change tomorrow. Maybe I wake up, I have a different idea from what I did tonight. But now I've done my research, I know what I'm working with. That's the hermit. Once you got all the information together, that yeah, that could take years. It could take a month. I would say at least give it 40 days, but some people do move faster than others. Some people are well advanced and don't even know it. So your hermit mode could be for a short duration. It could be for a long duration. However, when you come out of hermit mode, you have new clothing, not just something you bought off the shelf. No, you made something for yourself. You made something for yourself. Whether you sewed it together with yarn, whether it's a little tie, a sash that you put a little ribbon on, you made it. It exists because you put those things together. So when you come out of hermit mode, not only are you looking different, but you thinking different. Because you seeing shit in the world you never saw before, and you know it's been there the whole time. And now you know everybody else is blind to all that extra life going on. Woo! Ah! So my response or my silence to my environment is tactical. Every day, it's tactical. It's not for enjoyment. It's not for this. It's tactical for the divine. Because humans have been stifling my brothers and my sisters, the soul family, the spirit tribe that's on this world. And this is why we lose here. This is why we got to go on our journey, because we don't belong in any one place. We don't belong here on this world. We came here, but it's not our planet. We came here to help and to assist. Look, I might be on the tube right now and whatnot. This is all newer. I've been doing this for my life for the past 12, 13 years consciously, and more before that, but I've been especially these past 12, 13 years. I had to go find myself in a bunch of different people. And when I did that, I was able to assist those people. Did I change their life? Did I paint their house? Did I buy them $1 million worth of groceries? No. But me just being me and nothing but loving. And if shit went south, I went to silence. I went to silence. That's it. Sorry, I needed a day to jam out to music and turn my fucking 5-speaker Bose surround sound. I needed a day to jam out. I just want. I don't do it I've been 7 months. I ain't done it once. 7 months. I ain't done it once. Oh, I said, fuck, I need to do it now. Okay, I did that. This is why, is to connect with each other. It's to connect with each other. It's to help and assist in any way, in any capacity. Look, I can read tarot cards. I could pull up tarot cards and deliver a message to people. And one person gets it and they feel great. And they say, you know what, I'm going to go to his GoFundMe thing and I'm going to donate some bucks because that's awesome. He nailed it on the spot. And that was personal. And there's a person gave me 200 donated $200+ on my GoFundMe. It's connected to my primary page. All right. At this point, I'm not talking about those. So people appreciated that. But that's slow. That's like me getting on a bicycle that has training wheels. It's for a 5-year-old. Yeah, I ain't doing much like that. Not where I am today. I just let the stuff roll out my mouth, and it connects, and you appreciate it. And if I ever ain't here, it's because I couldn't pay rent. It's because I lost in this world. I'm not here to win. I'm not your example of how to be a king in the world. I'm not here to show you how to control people. That's not my purpose. I get it in the ether. I see it in the videos. Back in the day, at least as far as that old book I read, before judges were ever part of God's world, before a judge ever came in, they didn't have no king. They didn't have a judge. They didn't have a king. There was no king. Look in the Bible, Old Testament. They had to ask and beg, tell you, we want a king, we want a king, we want a king, we want a judge. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Well, here you go. Do you like it? It sucks. It sucks all the life out of you. Fuck having a king. Fuck having a judge. Show me how to live life correctly. And if I live stupidly, Joe right next door is going to put me in the fucking ground because we don't live with stupid. It's going to learn its goddamn lesson real fast. I told my mom when I was a kid, I told my mama to shut up once. She got out. I remember the gas station. The gas station ain't even there no more. They fucking lowered it. I remember they leveled it. I remember the pump. I remember at night, and she got the fuck out of that car. She pulled my ass out, and she smacked my head so hard, my head bounced twice off the concrete. I'm not joking. 2 fucking bounces. I'm not exaggerating. I remember it. She knocked stupid out of me like that. I don't need a judge. I don't need a fucking king. I need a neighbor that says you being stupid right now. Let me show you a lesson. Get your shit together. We live in a world where excuses and lies have become currency. The truth has become a tool for blackmail. That's what the truth is used for today. I read over every day, and the first time I read over it, I said, I want this to be, I want to do this in my life. So much that I start choking up just thinking about it. And it says, I gotta read it. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. I have caused truth. Technically, the word is I that's in the invocation. I say we do include everybody. I've caused the truth to be considered beautiful. That's a change to our world if we could accomplish that. The truth is used for blackmail. Oh, I know what you did, so you do that, and I'm gonna let this out, and now what I tell you too, I got you under my thumb, rah, because I got millions of dollars, and you'll get in trouble. And even if you don't get in trouble, then people won't like you because then they'll think this about you, and now you're making all your money. The truth has been used for blackmail. The truth is a piece of shit in the view of people. Judges, they go off of how they're feeling today. Oh, you thought a person in a robe, black robe, you thought they learned how to judge. No, they accomplish particular things in the world of men. Remember, be no part of the world. In the world of men, they accomplish particular things, and because of their success, they were appointed to judge people. So when they wake up and didn't get one from their wife, they come to work angry. When they wake up and had an argument with their kiddo, they go to work and guilty, 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 guilty. Oh, I beg you to challenge that. To have the truth considered beautiful. To know that I could speak truth and not be judged for it. To speak truth and somebody doesn't think it's ugly and vile. I lived with somebody for a while, a long time ago. And they say, I don't tell you the truth. Why don't you tell me the truth? Because I don't like the way you're going to respond to it. So you went and had sex with 5 other men over the course of the last 30 days, and that's why you didn't tell me? Because you're not going to like my response? That's how fucking people think. You go to work and you hang out with somebody, and that's how they fucking think. That's how they operate every fucking day of their life, and they don't tell you the truth, because if they did, you would no longer fucking ever talk to that person ever the fuck again. You wouldn't want to be around their energy ever, because you know what it's about. You know, no matter what happens, bad shit's gonna fucking happen, because there's no lining up of truth. There's do what I want and hide it, because if I don't, I get in trouble. That's what that is. That's a stupid fucking child. And I will not live with a fucking stupid child. No. That's where I will choose the woods and nature over anything a person will give to me in exchange for fucking money. I'd rather go live with the frogs and the bees and the birds than put up with this true psychotic world. The world at large, they honor lies. They hate the truth. They kill, murder, and maim, torture, and abuse, and tell you to be a good person and treat you horribly, call you a sinner, and say you're imperfect. This is a fucking psychotic planet. Where's the juice? Where's the juice coming from? Where's the juice coming from? Nothing. Look, you see all these bracelets on here? I got a saying. Don't you make me lose my bracelets. Don't make me lose my bracelets. This is the hardest fucking part of my body. That's where I'm coming at. All. Don't make me lose my bracelets. Because if they come off, I'm going to move 15 times faster. All this comes off, I'm moving faster. I ain't got the weight on me. I weigh myself down so that when my soul's ready to take off, ain't nothing alive ever gonna catch me. I'm gone. I had to weigh myself down because I've been training. I've been working every single dime. Every day I be lifting my weights. You put all that shit on your wrist. See if you can hold up your wrist all day long. Fucking 2 hours at a time back. Not so easy. You're going to develop muscle. You're going to develop abilities. I have a lack of things right now. I have a lack of substance. I have a lack of many things in my life. So normally, I got what? I got the weed pen, right? It's empty. It's empty. I ain't got money to refill. I only got coffee because somebody was kind enough to go out of their way and get it for me, and even was able to get a little coffee pot too when I told them my coffee pot was broken. Boom, there you go. It's the only reason why I got coffee right now. So I don't got nothing. So I keep, when you hear me reading over the words super fast, 140 days, I was nice on Mary Jane every day. Every single one of those, I was nice, good on Mary Jane. And today, none. I go real fast with nothing. I use that stuff to slow my ass down. Lightning, mug. Lightning. Electricity. That's how fast you are. Your soul was using the flesh. Your real essence of memory and life
is using this. And one day this is going to be gone and it's going to find another body to use. Yeah, to use it. Because we got an animal instinctive mind. We don't have a mind to make all of this do what it can do. Not naturally. It's a fleshly animal body. You ready to elevate? You ready to elevate? The human body is no more than an animal. At its core original programming, it's an animal. You ever take care of a dog? You ever have a baby? I ain't comparing them. It's new life. You ever dealt with new life? Tend to have similar aspects. I'm not saying they're the same, and I'm not saying they're not. But the body and the flesh itself, without any thinking capacity, is straight up animal. When we get to the age of 25, thereabouts, the brain starts thinking differently. We use a different portion of the brain, so we're actually considering the past. However, we've spent 25 years training habits to just respond out of instinct. So in order to actually process and use that other portion of the brain and actually think about that other stuff, that's actually going to take work to actually put human into place. And now our brain's actually thinking with a different portion. So we're not just stuck with the animal as we're born, but now we can make decisions and this and that. And that's where the seven sins, that seven deadly sins, seven errors come in. And when you wipe out those seven errors, when they're completely gone from you, that's when you move to being divine. And when you're divine, as a human, you have chosen to elevate beyond the animal. You've decided to rise above the lower inclinations and say, my body's a temple, my heart is a shrine. Come, please sit inside, divine. My heart is your shrine. Please come sit inside. I've cleared out all my errors. Everything that you want to do is going to happen flawlessly. Use me. Use me. And the divine comes and he says, no, I'm not going to use you. I'm going to copy my signature over to you. So you get to be a literal, exact, beautiful reflection of me. The same thing. What I am, you get to be. As powerful as I am, you get to be as powerful too. The ancient invocations that I go over, the ancient multi-thousand, 3,000 plus year old invocation that I go through, says to the Divine Father, may your life be our life. May you receive my name and may I receive your name in return. To bring in the divine resonance within the self is not a subject of servitude on the knees. Oh, please, please tell me what to do. Save me. Fuck that shit. If I got a dad, a God, or a mom, they're going to come. They're going to say, bro, do some push-ups. I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself. Get ready, bro. Get ready. We're going to learn because I can't show up. I got shit I got to take care of, and you got to be able to have your own. You got to stand your own. We might need to be back to back, shoulder to shoulder to defend each other one day. Raising somebody to be weak, raising somebody to be foolish, raising somebody to not pay attention to the dangers within another person. Making people think that a stranger's okay to go up and hang out with. Stranger danger still applies, mug. Just because I know your name, just because I've seen you every day at work does not mean I know who you are. How many times have we heard on the news it's got some evil shit going in somebody's house? Well, I thought he was a nice person. He was always nice, always so nice. And you got some evil, dark-ass shit busted up in their house. You don't know who people are. Stranger danger, mug. I don't care if you got $1 billion or 2 pennies. Stranger danger until I fucking know. Until I can read your energy myself. There's trust is not on the table. Trust must be earned. Learn that in life. Do not give people your trust. You give people your trust, and they're going to use you. They're going to consume you the way I consume my coffee. Mm. Ah, more, please. More, please. Don't give your trust. When you do give your trust, that's because you've seen who they are. You've seen them be done dirty, and you saw how they responded to it initially and afterwards. Because you're going to get the motherfucker that's going to pop out. But then, am I going to reevaluate and think about what I said and think about my actions and think about what that's going to affect in the future? Because if I do, then that changes my actions from my initial response. And that's massive. That's huge. Because if I can see somebody that does that, whoa, damn. Okay. So the volcano erupts. I'm going to go to the movies. I'm going to go grab a burger. I'm going to go for a walk. I'll be back. Should be cool. We'll try that out. We'll try it out. All right. I want to just kick to the curb. The one thing I'm against is when people want to attack another person. You want to come after me? Do it, please. That's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's a spiritual thing. I've been doing it my whole life. The negative comments on here, there's one person that's watching right now. I know you're there. I forget the name. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry. But they wanted to be a moderator. And I sent a message to you yesterday and I said, yeah, that sounds great. I'll look for you right in the morning. I'll make you a moderator. And I thought about it overnight. And I thought about it this morning. I said, well, I don't want a moderator. You want to be a friend and just hang out? That's cool. But I want every single person that got some ugly, evil, ugly heart throw everything they got at me. Because it's not going to hit me. It's going to be redirected to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, and they're going to respond. They will take care of that. Just like mom and dad took care of me. Not in a bad way. I'm not talking about bad. I ain't talking about vengeance. I ain't talking about them having something bad kicked back. I'm talking about mom and dad, Divine, said, hey, what's wrong? What's wrong with this one? Let's see what's wrong. Let's help them out. Maybe we send some good energy, maybe some good experiences. They've been surrounded by evil the whole time. What if they got around some good stuff? Their life might change. They might have a different attitude. Have they been manipulated by their circumstances so as to be vile, ugly, and mean? Yes, they have. This goes back to the animal kingdom. Animals don't just go screw with other animals. Unless you're a predator, you're a meat eater, you're not just screwing with them, you're trying to eat lunch. That's just that. That's how that works. They're not trying to cause extra pain. And there are some situations like the cocaine bear. Did you hear about that? You didn't? It's a movie. Watch the movie. It's worth a watch. Cocaine bear. There's just plain. It's a real story actually happened. Just plain goods. I think it was the 70s, maybe 80s, 70s. I think it was 70s, 76, maybe whatever. Dude was jumping out of a plane or whatever. He had all this cocaine on him, and the drugs fell out, and this bear rolls up and gets a hold of the freaking bag of and the bear goes freaking psycho and like, oh. So, there's circumstances that cause animals to do things that's not natural, but that was an extra extenuating circumstance that's not totally natural, okay? Okay? We don't have to destroy our environment to have food for tomorrow. We don't have to kill somebody to have food for tomorrow. We don't need to do those things. It just shows you where people live in their minds. You pay attention to somebody's actions and it tells you everything you need to know about them. You don't even need to ask a series of questions. I grew up in a religion that called themselves witnesses of God. And I said, yeah, y'all witnessing and you ignoring it every day. I don't care what religion it is. Actually, there was one, and I had a unique experience, but that's not for here nor there. You could have divinity walk into a church. You know who they're going to pay attention to? The rich man. The rich man who can buy his seat. The rich man that can help line the pockets of those in charge. That comes down to. That's why these organizations are nothing but cesspools. I don't need an organization to be loved. God don't need some group to belong to do what he do. I don't need to get paid money to express love and care to anybody. That's my life. That's what I choose to do every day. Do you live? Let me personalize. Did I live with a reward currency? Did I learn how to do things based on getting rewards? Because if that's the way I live, then I'm no more than a donkey with a carrot in front of me. The guy's riding on top of the donkey and he has a stick and he puts a carrot in front of it. So the donkey, but he never get the carrot because it's always in front of him. Can't never get the carrot. Is it just a reward system that moves me to do something? Or do I have a heart and a gut and a mind that says, this is what I want to do in my life? I'm moving. That's the difference between someone who actually has free will and somebody who's just a follower. You can change. Our past does not create who we are. Our past is material to learn from. Go into hermit mode, process all that, and then come out that door and be somebody new. And now nobody can get a beat on you because you transformed in the dark. You had the rebirth in the dark. I went through so many rebirths. I went through three. And there's two minor ones. You could say three major ones. There's two minor ones. It's part of the journey and it keeps going. This is how the soul keeps growing. It keeps developing and never stops. This is how we ascend into higher frequencies and states of being with different bodies. If all you think about is human material connection, then that's what your energy resonance of your immaterial soul spirit is. And that's the dimension it naturally goes to, just like a magnet. We are electromagnetic beings, and our soul is the product, that soul gem, that soul becoming a gem. That's the product of how you get to the next dimension. If you're still the same soul and you haven't transformed it into a nice, beautiful crystal yet, well, then you coming right back to Earth. But once you crystallize that shit, woo, woo, we can going to be magnetized to another area, another reality. This is why we have watchers, councils,
not human, your spirit council, the spirit team up there, pre-life check. How many times have we experienced or noticed or talked about it? Yeah, we sign up for this life on earth. Everything we go through, we're like, yep, I'm gonna go through that. I check it out. Yep, And I want these abilities. I want to have this ability. I want to be able to do that. And your spirit team goes, yep, okay. And then we get to have a life on the. All right. So if that's happening to get here, well, there's somewhere that is there. I don't have. I got like my vape, but not like my vape. Not the weed pen vape. I mean, like I have it, it's right there, but it's every cartridge is just empty. So. I tried to tell people my whole life, not from here, but people didn't want to believe me, so I just kept doing my thing and living my life and being happy. Because when I pass away, when that day comes, hopefully long in the future, good old age or something, but I want to be happy. You want to know ultimate reason why I go over all these words over and over and over? I told you once before. Because when that moment comes up, that's what I want to be coming out of my mouth. I'm not going to have a piece of paper to read, but I would have read that for however many years, and it'll come rolling out my mouth, and I'll be happy, and I'm going to ascend on, and the whole world will see what a real spiritual win looks like. That's a fact. You could wait, like you've been waiting, like our parents waited, grandparents waited, like our ancestors waited, or you could decide to act now. You could make that change right now for your own life. That's your life. It's not anybody else's life. It's not about correcting anybody else. It's not about changing anybody else, but it's for your own self. You've been stuck. You've been stuck in the same round robin, the same catch 22, the same nonsense. And at first it was fun because it was entertaining. It was new. But after a while, boy, you can change. You don't have to go join a group. You don't have to go buy a t-shirt. You don't have to do nothing. That change starts with your heart. It all starts with the heart. The heart is the start. That's where you start your spiritual journey. It's not technical information. It's not learning scriptures or verses or judgments. No, it's your heart. How you respond to your environment every day, because that's how you're going to respond to a spirit that doesn't have a body. You feel an energetical presence and there's no physical person there, how are you going to respond? It has to be naturally loving. And then I can help that spirit. I can work with them, whatever needs communication, all that kind of stuff goes on. I could do that. Why? Because I practice with my environment. I worked all that stuff out with myself. I had to realize I was projecting myself on the others to realize, hold on, people aren't exactly, they're not so much like me. Not like I thought. No. They're all different. They have different ideas. Some people at their core of being are full of righteous anger because they were done dirty. It's proper anger. It's proper. And so their life gets turned into vengeance. pure vengeance. Well, there's a way to properly use that righteous anger, but vengeance, that's not the way to pop it out. If I get hurt by something or someone, I don't want to just get back at it. That's no good. That's not good. So I have to learn, I have to see, I have to accept the truth. And the truth is, I put a false face on other people. I dress people up in how I wanted to see them. Okay, let me get rid of that. That belongs to me. I am who I am. Now they are who they are. That's why that problem kept happening, because they have that, and I wasn't doing it on purpose, but just my character is bothering to that person. And so they constantly have this vengeful, like, nice, kind, but mean pushback at me. Like, because I haven't been able to get it or understand why are they cool with me, but at the same token, they're like a total dick. Like, what the heck? You know? That's why. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we don't have things in common. We might like the same, hobbies. That's why that's why we're hanging out in the first place. But their heart is not somewhere else. It's not connecting with my heart. That doesn't make them bad. Nothing I need to fix on that. Something I read over daily, and it says essentially, in the presence of evil, I have turned my back. Ancient invocation, ancient spiritual connectedness with divinity. I did not, in any of the words, in any of the ceremonies, in any of the mantra stuff I found, does the divines tell me that I need to physically create, do something bad or hurt or harm? No. Nope. They say they're going to take care of it. They say, Resin, may my dance be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour thy light may arise in me and bring me to thine own incorruptible glory. Ha! Ha! That's right out of it. That's right out of one of the invocations. Incorruptible glory. May my dancing be a spell and a link. A link. A link, right? A link. A spell and a link. A connection. So that in my darkest hour, the divine light may arise in me, and I may be able to match incorruptible glory. Holy cheap shit. That the books we read now, they just says, here's a gun, go fight. Well, God said don't kill anybody. That's a great big number one commandment, but we break that around here all the time. We need to do this and we need to do this. Are all the reasons why we need to do it. It's kind of like, don't tell the truth. Go ahead. You need a lie. It's just a white lie. Well, she'll get upset if you tell her she looks fat in that dress. Well, she asked the question, you have to lie. No, I don't have to lie. My integrity and my honor says truth is coming up. You ask me a fucking question, I'm gonna give you the truth. I ain't trying to be a dick, but I'm gonna tell you the damn truth. That's my own position. That's my own honor. That's not yours. That's not on them. Is somebody gonna get upset at me for the way I feel? Yes. Why? Because they're stuck in human greed, lust, envy, strife. They're fucking stuck there. I'm not. I left all those heavy weights and I said, I'm gonna fly. Shit. But yeah, this is just me. Just me. I got lots of energy. I've always had energy. That's just the way I am. I don't eat, and I'll be tired and
lifeless for a little bit, but then like out of nowhere, literally, I'll feel weak as anything, and like out of nowhere, I'll get a shit ton. I'll get a mountain of energy. It's been the way I was since I was a little boy at 5, all the way to now. Your shamanic journey is not a journey of the world's success. The spirit journey is the exact opposite of the success of this world. When you win, you lose. When you win at other people's arguments and you win in the fighting ring, the world loves you. And you just won all of the world. You lost everything with the divine connection. Everything just went out the window. So I decided to fold my hand. So, you know what? Let me lose so that I can win. Because the win that I'm going after, it said, be no part of the world. It said, you belong with me up in heaven, not down on earth with all of the problems. So where is my heart and where is my mind? Is it stuck on everything around me, or is it where no moth nor rust can consume? That's what matters. That's what matters. You stand because of your own heart and your body and your mind. And everything in this world wants to rip that trinity apart. They want to make sure that you cannot see the invisible world around you that they have created. They don't work in a temple of silence. They work in a temple of invisibility. They talk to each other. They got their codes. They got their languages. Yeah, they do. Mhm. They just went invisible with their work so that you can't see it. And that's how you stay trapped in their labyrinth. It's not a maze. There's no exit. There's no exit. A maze, you enter one portion and you get to the other end and you get out. A labyrinth, you enter in, you go into the center. It's not, a labyrinth is not finding your way out. It's getting stuck inside. That's what they created. That's what we've been stuck in. That's why we've been hurting each other. Oh, they look different. They sound different. We gotta make sure that what they do doesn't spread over here. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is do not murder? I've got to have one of them around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I thought it was on the front. It's not on the front, it's on the back. It's the biggest lie they ever told you. In God we trust, the God is invisible. Put the word man. Put the word man. In man we trust. That's what they created. Because if they trusted in a divine almighty above, they would have followed their holy freaking scriptures that said, don't fucking murder anybody. They took that down all the way to a science so that they can take your soul, they can take your thoughts, and you're stuck in misery every day. You want to know why you're stuck in misery every day? Because their magical effect actually worked. The reason why you're upset every day is because all of your good emotions ones who created this shit, they're eating up all they're literally sitting at a table ceremonially and receiving your positive emotions so that you receive their greedy, lustful emotions. I did my research. I exited their shit. And that's why I don't have coffee. And that's why I don't have this. And that's why I don't have that. That's why God, if any divine being was to come to this, I could imagine an alien. I could imagine an alien show up in a spaceship and they got technology and all sorts of great stuff to share. And we're like, whoa, dude, you're real? And he's like, yeah. And then he's like, but I'm homeless. I need a job. I got to pay money for a house. I got to pay rent. Shit, we got to change that up. What the fuck? Really? Really? The people who have manipulative control, who have horrible fucking hearts, that's the ones that you want to make famous. That's the ones you want to give a lot of money to so that they can be more greedy and make sure more people suffer. Because the more one person has, the less every other person has. In my world of existence, if you're a millionaire, if you're someone who's got business and all of that, you have one primary responsibility in this world, and you're taking care of every single person that is associated with you. You making sure they can eat, you making sure they got their roof, you making sure the family's good, you taking care of the people. Kings and judges brought nothing but misery and ruin to this great planet that used to be known as Gaia. Everybody knew Gaia was living and kicking and breathing and feeling and moving. She's just nothing but a thing. So people say Earth. It's just planet dirt. Just dirt. It's all in just material 3D dirt. I got a joke for you. You want to hear a joke? There's a scientist. You learned how to make a human from dirt. Yeah. It's kind of funny because we're primarily made of water, like 76% water, but the Bible says that like God formed us from dirt. Anyways, so it's a joke. It's just a joke. So scientist, he learns how to transform dirt into a human. It's a process, science, and he gets a Nobel Peace Prize and all this other stuff. Where it's like, woo, God. And one day he hears his at his door and he sees all this light coming through the cracks. Walks over, opens his door. God, is that really you? Yes. God, I can make humans just like you can. Can I show you? That's why I showed up. Please show me. Oh, good. Okay, here we go. And hold on, let me get. Yep. Got my dirt. Got the dirt here. Got the dirt. And God goes, no, get your own dirt. Get your own dirt. Make your own dirt. Start with your own elements. Start from scratch with nothing. Yeah. The atrocities that have been done on this world cannot be undone by more atrocities. You can't hurt a group of people because they hurt this group of people and expect the world to get better. Don't work like that. Don't work like that. Bring both people together and you say, look, the past is screwed, man. Well, I made bad choices. You made some bad whatever. We screwed. I'll take all the responsibility. Whatever. That the past is the past. Okay. What are we working with now? What are we working with now? My people, we just want to live happy and peaceably. Same for you? All right. Okay. Okay. You've heard about karmic debt, right? Ancestral debt, cleaning up ancestral contracts, stuff like that. You know, the old stuff, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. All right. Well, then we both, on both of our sides, we got a lot of this debt here. We got a lot of debt to make up. So, why don't we make a festival once a month, and everybody from my group, all of our tribe, we're gonna make it. Everybody gonna come with a gift, and everybody in your tribe, y'all all make a gift, each one. And when we come together for this festival, we know, we look totally different, so we know who's who. But we're gonna exchange gifts. So instead of hurting each other to get back at each other, which doesn't really solve anything, we can look at the past, evaluate our past, and see how that just keeps doing the same thing. So this time, let's just give each other gifts once a month. We're gonna do. We got a lot to make up for. Once a year's not enough. Once a month, we're gonna come together. We're gonna exchange gifts. Yep. I'm gonna remember that you mean something to me, and you're gonna remember that I mean something to you, and vice versa, and all the way around. We're gonna think of each other good. Am I producing something that hurts my people? I need to stop producing that. It hurts them. It's not helping them. Well, it did a lot of good for our people too. Actually, if you look at this and this and this, well, let's go back to the drawing board then. Let's make sure that this product doesn't have ingredients that's harming the human body. You know what? I like that. And together, your smart scientists, individuals, and our smart guy, we actually might be able to work all those kinks out when we come together. Huh. Okay, well, we're going to have to find a place to, like, do this work together, and create a team, and boom, now we're working together. Whoa! Now we're building together. We're building a new world rather than destroying ourselves. I mentioned potassium yesterday, and I can't remember the last time I had fruit, an apple, an orange. I can't remember any. I eat packaged food. I don't want to be in ugly environments. I'll get in as fast as I can and get out. About the only natural thing I've been eating is eggs. That's about it. So I got these guys I pulled out the other day. They're just sitting on the side. These are vitamin C with rose hips. Something's better than nothing. We live in a world we can love somebody and we can equally watch them walk until their last breath and not pick up a hand to help them. That's the world we live in. I'll tell you about a real story. Here's a real one. Bill Nye the Science Guy. You know, don't you? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Awesome dude, man. He's still going out doing his science stuff. He goes to places and talks. Here's a real story. Here's a real story. Yeah, the whole world's Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's a cool guy. I don't care if you got an opinion you like or don't, man. Just he's an awesome guy. He was Bill Nye. This is a real story. This is a true blue real story. Bill Nye the Science Guy, he was at a college. I'm pretty sure it was college. And he was giving a lecture or a presentation or whatever, what he was doing. He collapsed on stage. He collapsed. His body gave out, like whatever the issue was. I'm not sure what. Obviously, he got better, recovered, and whatnot. He collapsed on the stage. The entire auditorium full of people. You know what they did? They filmed him. They didn't call 911. They didn't run up to the stage to help him. They stared at him while he collapsed, while his body was failing. They just stare at him. A screen from a million miles away or somebody in the same room. That is the predominant reality of what people are doing and living with. That's who you go and talk to every day. That's who you're going and sharing with. That's who you're saying, this is my best friend. That's some real shit right there. When I became aware of these things, when I truly became aware that this is the way people operate, work, and do on a regular basis, that's when I knew things had to change. I knew everything had to change for my whole life. If the sound is messing up and you can hear my voice, refresh this page in 60 seconds, okay? 60 seconds, and refresh the page in 60 seconds. We gotta do my thing. Sound will be right back. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. Refresh now. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. Refresh now. I saw the blue, man. Whoever was watching, who was that? Who was that? You, buddy, or that was Scootin' Scott, dude. You must have been hanging around, bro. Because I told little bro the other few days ago, I was like, pick a color to put across the screen if the sound goes out, and he decided on the blueberries. And then I saw all the blue coming across the screen, and that's what made me like, huh? I was like, is that him? And then I was like, no, that's not his name. And then I was like, hold on a second. And I checked the sound. And I was like, holy crikey, the sound got messed up. Great, wonderful. Yeah, in the future, if the sound gets messed up for anybody watching, if the sound gets messed up, put blue emojis, just all blue emojis. And if I see blue emojis come across, then that means I need to take care of the sound. And that'll jump out to me. I'll see that in an instant anytime. And hopefully I can do some things where that doesn't happen anymore. But currently, that's what we're doing. You are here. What's up, little bro? I know you always here. Super cool, super cool. And see, I'm glad that happened, and I'm glad that's been happening, and I'll tell you why. Because when something goes down, all right, you had a plan, and we're going with that plan, and then something interrupts it, and then we have to readjust. But now that I know what happens, I can work with that. I can be aware of that. I can make a plan with that. It brings in support and help. And so for me, it's never about the initial cause that happened, because mistakes happen in life. Errors pop up. People don't exactly do what they intended to do. And I'm aware of that. That happens to me too.
I got that. I understand that. Well, we can create a solution so that we don't keep tripping. We could put some concrete or we could put some material in the crack so that there's not such a bump, 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 and we're not going to trip into that gap, into that crevice. And for me, that's life is a constant readjustment. Life is constantly a constant readjustment. When I was younger and more so a part of like the world, what's the normal thing we want to do? Well, I'll tell you the normal thing I got into doing. And I just wanted to get to a place where I could relax. I want to get to a safe spot so I could just let my hair down and chill out and do nothing, right? And I want to enjoy that space as long as I can. And then when something comes up and it interrupts that time, that good, enjoyable time, I get upset because my safe space is no longer safe. It's just change is constant for me, as I've discovered on this path, that the spiritual journey is the discovery. Literally, the whole spirit journey is going to wrap up into a rebirth. It's a whole rebirth. And when you walk that entire journey and you actually went through your rebirths, plural, rebirths, plural, yes, plural. There's 3 stages. You got 3 lives to move through in this single lifetime. You do. So you have your first one, which is like, oh, I'm reborn. And essentially, that's when you move from the animal instinctive aspect of life to being more on the human plane. All right. Then there's going to be a rebirth from that because we wipe out those errors. So that there's animal instinct errors that we're knocking out, and there's human errors we're knocking out. The errors, not all of the being, not all of the process, just the errors. And when we knock out the human portion, that's your second rebirth. That's your second rebirth. Because now you're not working with all of those errors in your system. It's flawless transaction. Over and over and over. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You've been on that journey for 12, 13 years. You've refined, you've changed, you've shifted. You had a complete rebirth from the animal, from the human, and now you're straight up connected as divine. And you're going to have one more to make. That rebirth that happens at that stage, that's when you get 100% full memory recall of every life you've lived. Your third eye is wide open now. It sees everything. You don't have a choice to shut it off. It's always open now. People want to say, oh, I want to look out my third eye. No, you don't. Because once you turn that mug on, it ain't going to turn off. And you don't know how to guide that energy, it's going to work, it's going to wreck your life. It's like, I've never been in a Dodge Viper, but that's like my favorite car, like 1996 Dodge Viper, a couple white stripes on it. But I know, even if I could, I wouldn't drive it. I'd have to get some race car driver to be the driver. You push on that pedal, that thing's going, it's going to take off on you. That engine's powerful. So if we take a souped up power engine and put it in for our third eye, and we're not ready to handle everything coming with it, that's what causes catastrophes. This is where people have been done dirty and wrong, and divine illegal activity kept going on this damn planet because they were putting people through those initiatory spirit rites, and they hadn't even went through the fundamentals of a basic heart start. That's a crime. As far as I'm concerned, that's if I saw somebody who don't know nothing, don't got a lick of anything they want to do with the spirit or anything, and I come thrust on something to them that they didn't have a conscious awareness to choose, and then I force them to go through these sessions and segments and this and that, that's wrong. That is wrong. As a shaman, as a healer, we assist, we nurture, we provide the correct environment. But those people who were pushed and put through those processes, who were not ready for it, they went cuckoo for cuckoo puffs in the loony bin because their third eye got popped open and nothing else in their body or system knew how to handle that energy. That's why those moments happened. That's why those things happened. For a person of their own volition, no outside assistance at all, no manipulation, no nothing, they are not going to go put themselves through that path because their soul would have said, this is wrong. I need to start with my heart. You got to get the shrine. You got to take care of that shrine. First, we got to establish a temple. And then we got to make sure that shrine, the heart, is nice and good so the divine comes sit in. Because when the divine comes and sits in that heart, they know how to use that third eye. They know how to adjust that power. They know how to move that flow. Here's one I wanted to share. Oh, here we go. Hold up. Okay. So on the religious side, Christian, okay, because like other religions in the world, like ancient religions, like Hindu, I went to a Hindu temple, okay, and it took 3 months. Essentially, I mean, there was a couple other small conversations, but it took about 3 months for people to come up to me and start talking to me and see that I was into Shiva and Brahman, like to see that I was into that stuff, for them to start talking to me about it. They didn't come trying to proselytize me. They didn't try to baptize me or some shit like that. They just saw me coming and let me be. Now, especially on the Christian side, they're like, you gotta be what I say. I'm gonna go preach to you about my God, and so you know about my God. Whoa, hold on. Let's check some. Let's go ancient wise. What does it say? Ancient. Let's see what they said on the ancient side of things. Oh, this is a good one, actually. This is no, it's down towards the bottom. I know that. Hold on. I find it. It's this side. I want to read it exactly, but I can't find it. But I know it word for word. It says, I will proclaim your power. The word is power. The word is power. I will proclaim the divine Father. I will proclaim your power to those who know you and those who do not know you. I will proclaim your power to them. I don't need to teach you about the divine Father. I don't need to tell you, you need to know his name and you need to do this and bow and pray. No. It said, I will proclaim the power itself. That power is claimed and it is shared. The power, the essence, the energy, the connection with each other, because the divine Father rests within you, just like he rests within me, just as the divine Mother rests within me, as she rests within you. We are the Trinity. Your childhood self, before it was tainted with everybody else's opinions of don't do this, that's not cool, this is what our group does. Your childhood self, that's your angel. That's your divinity. That's your truth. That's the little mug that will go tell the truth to anybody. I don't care what you got. I don't care what you're going to give me. I'm going to tell you the truth. And there's a big ass stranger danger to a whole bunch of people. When I was a little kid, it was stranger danger to the person in the van trying to give you candy. Nowadays, that stranger danger is pretty much anybody in a motherfucking suit and tie. They all wearing this same motherfucking clown outfit, and they think, "Oh, I'm gonna sound and look like a saint, and everybody loves me." No, you're wearing the same clown outfit, just like everybody else. You got that tie around your neck, right? That tie goes around your waist. They wanted to make sure they could get you right by. They could shut your mouth up right away. That's what they wanted to make sure they could do. That's why they wrap that cloth around your neck like that. Mm-hmm. Take that tie and put it around your waist. That's where it go. You want a necklace? Wear a freaking necklace. I like ascots. I like ascots. I'm going back, and we kind of turn in a direction maybe for a moment. But dude, like when I was back in when I was Jehovah's Witness, when I was stuck in religion, all right, I found out about like 17th century clothing. I found out about ascots and all the different types of stuff. And I'm like, these mugs, my hair will get down to my chin. It will get down to my chin. They'd be like, oh, you need to cut it. Your hair's getting too long. They controlled what I did with my own flesh and hair. Never again for someone else's opinion should I care. This is Moonstone. Moonstone, very connected to the Divine Mother. Triangle, also very representative of the Divine Mother. This stone makes me think of the tapestries and my altar and everything I try to manifest, but I don't think of those physical things. I just think of my mother. The Divine Mother and the Divine Father are your mother and your father. If you don't see the Divine Father and the Divine Mother as your parents, then you are truly alienated from your origins. I said it before, I'll say it again. Left part of the brain, masculine, solar. The eye, that's the sun, Ra. Left portion of the brain, feminine. The eye, moon, lunar. A lunar eye and a solar eye. What's the difference? Solar, that's projection, that's sending out, that's sending energy out. Left eye, lunar, really? We're taking that energy in. We're absorbing it. I'm able to absorb everything that is sent to me energetically. I can transform that within my own Kundalini chi system and network, and I can send out positive energy in the form of strategic and tactical blessings. Are you just trying to help a person? Are you just trying to personalize? Let me personalize. When I'm walking through life when I was younger, I just be trying to help any person I come across. Do you seem like a good person? I want to help you. Do you seem like a good person with a whole bunch of bad habits? I want to help you. I want to help you. I want to help that good person jump out. Now I'm just helping everybody as I go along. Well, yeah, you look like you need help. I'll go help you. You look like you need help. I'll go help you. Just that's just the mentality. And the divines, they were like, that's good and well and all, but if we actually take what you're doing and here and here and there and there, and those times, the whole freaking perimeter is now an area of effect. AOE, area of effect. So if we cover a perimeter, now if we want to get in and do some work with minutia, get technical with some details, do some fun work in, now we can. And I was like, oh. So don't go after the objective initially. Correct. Whatever the objective is initially, that's not what we're running towards. We're setting up the environment to give us the win. So we don't actually have to conquer anything, because the perimeter of magic effect of intention is established through physical means. And now everything within is going to line up with my thoughts, with my true heart and intention, because I want the best remedy possible. I want the miracle. I want the goodness. And now in that environment, this is science, and science is starting to learn it. And we shared some articles. But when you pay attention to something, you collapse the energy. There's energy in this seemingly empty space. And with our attention on one thing, we literally will collapse that energy into an initial event. That initial event is your omen. That's your, most people call it coincidence. But that unique thing happened in that moment because you were presently there, and the elements within the environment was actually conducive to populate that manifestation. So then all I got to do is create a good environment, and I walk into miracles. Yes. Yes. How do you grow a garden? If you really want your stuff to grow good, how do you do it? Till that land. You take care of that. You put all the work into that land. If there's trees blocking the sun, what you do? You trim those branches back. If it's got too much sun and this is the kind of plants they don't need, we put up some shade, right? We create the environment for the harvest to be rich. So if we go around with intentional blessings, with a big idea in mind, we can help more people than just one-on-one. This is where it changes. This is where it's not just about you. When that environment is created, when that perimeter is there, your heart of innocence and love, well, if somebody else has a heart of innocence and love that matches your resonance of innocence and love, and they walk within that area, whatever they're focused on manifesting that is pure and good is going to happen. It's not just an environment for one individual, it's an environment for all of us. And there's one thing I know for a fact about this planet. There are way more, way over 75% of people with good hearts love, positivity. If anything, the reason why they don't go help or mess with anybody is because they got done dirty plenty enough. They tired of getting hit. They took enough hits in life. So screw it, I'm out. I'm gonna do my thing on the side. Done. Done helping the world. I'm out. That's what people do. It's not. I'm not. It's not a blame. It's a state of being. To understand what winds up happening to people allows me to not be upset with them for any undue reason. That's the course of life. They did so much good in their lifetime. That whole generation did so much good. I can live. I can live the life I want right now. I'm living the life I want right now. And the way I don't care if I lost everything and I'm out in the woods tomorrow. I'm living life the way I want to. I'm thinking how I want to. My heart is my own. My connection, my everything. I got my own life. I'm happy for that. And the only reason why I could live it is because of everything that you built. The generations past, everything they built, whether good or bad, whether it put us in a place of crap or not, I could not be who I am if it wasn't for the previous people before me. Because a few hundred years ago, we were getting taken up to the top of a post and freaking nailed to it and offed in front of everybody else to say, just in case you want to work with nature, this is what happens to you. Because of them, I can live. Because of them, you can actually walk into this world and be what you want to be without being killed for it. It was different. It was different back then. We are our ancestors. We are the ancestors. The newest reincarnation. We're going to copy what mom and dad did, or we're going to create a new world. We're going to bring heaven to earth. Are we going to make it as above, so below to Gaia, so that energy reses? Because it's mom and dad we're bringing together. That's what our job, that's what our responsibility is. Bring solar and Gaia and lunar. Bring that all into unison. That energy is going to rise up and down, and we're in the middle. Our whole world will shine again. Our whole world at one time will be lit up with lights. That's the biggest portion in the Bible, in that book, that I can't believe other people haven't talked about. Nope, I never seen it. I never heard them talk about it. I'll talk about it. In the beginning, there was light. The whole world was full of light. Earth, as it refers to, not Gaia, okay, Earth was full of light. How can our planet have light all over it with one sun, with one bright star? How can Earth be illuminated on both sides? I'll give you a moment. Okay, now I'm going to present. Just imagine Nikola Tesla's towers took off and there's electricity running all over our planet up in, and above us that we're tapping into. That's going to be a lot of light that never goes out. So the God that showed up that knocked out half the lights of the planet was a destroyer. It wasn't beneficial. It wasn't love. That was a destroyer. Just like the people who, they stop all the greats from producing what they produce, right? Sounds like that. Sounds like a person, not a god. Last time I checked, divine beings keep the lights on. They don't turn them off. They don't create a veil so that you can't see what's in front of you. That's not divinity. That's man, trickery, lies, manipulation. That's the opposite of divinity. I love you, my friend. I love you, my brother. I love you, my sister. I got a lot of passion in life, and I'm quite used to people interpreting my passion for being angry. They think I'm angry. If I had anger, if I lived with anger, I wouldn't be alive. If I lived with anger, I wouldn't. If I had anger inside of me like that, I wouldn't be here. I can't live with that. That's not conducive to my own being. I'd rather cry than be angry. I'd rather do something and be productive with anything rather than be stuck with angry. Wow. From being a little boy to all the way growing up to where I am now, 41 years old. I'm still fucked off because of how horrible this world is. I never went to bed easy with that reality. I don't go to bed easy knowing that people starve. There's someone in the world getting treated worse than me. No food, no blankets, sleeping out into nothing. You got people going and hurting each other. You got all sorts of things going on. How can I truly, truly be at a state of enjoyment when I know that there are others suffering? I can't. Not truly. Not truly. I use entertainment. I have my happiness. I have my peace. I have my laughs. But I know the world that I live in, and I'm not going to project that it's a pretty place when there's so much ugliness still present. That's what they've given us for our presence. Here's something shiny in a box. Did you work long enough? Did you slave away for long enough so you could afford a product? And now the way to have it is so you work hundreds of hours, which equates to being away from your loved one. You're not around them. You're around other people. You're not getting to know your loved one. You're not seeing how their day is. You hear about it, but you weren't there for it. You know, that's like, Dad, I'm going to have a concert on stage. You going to be there? Yep, I'll be there. And I'm on stage and I'm looking, and there's an empty seat next to Mom. Dad's not there. Presence. Presence is the present. But the way the world set it up for us to say, this is the way it works, this is the way love operates. They put rules on love. They tried to redefine love, and they said, you be completely away from the person you love for an extended amount of time, and you take all of your reward, all that money reward, because we live in a reward system. You're not motivated to do stuff just because you want to. You have to, so you get reward from that, and that's why you do it. You carrot in front of the donkey thing. Yeah. And then you go buy that real expensive gift for thousands of dollars, package it up real pretty, and you give it during Christmas. And you say, I love you. Merry Christmas. That's not a Merry Christmas. It's not. It's one day where somebody feels special. And every other 364 other days, that person don't feel special. They feel alone because they are alone. Because what? Mom, dad, they got the job. They dealing with that. They ain't thinking about what they're thinking about. They turned your love into a reward system. Love doesn't work on a reward system. No, it doesn't. It will utilize a reward system at particular moments, but love is not running on a reward system. No, no. It's interesting because I tend to ask myself questions and then very quickly I have the answer to it. And I'm like, well, and it's instant actually asking a question because you already know the answer. There's times where I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. There are a number of times when literally I go, oh, I don't know. I know that I know, but I just want to leave it like I don't know. I just leave it like that for myself and move on with my life. Yeah, okay, good. I had work to do in that. I had to work that took effort. But if you look at the opposite side of that coin, that's exactly what the whole group of humanity has been led into doing every day. It's ignoring the truth before them and accepting the fanciful illusion. Illusions, they got no substance, as you know. I was watching a movie yesterday, The Happening, with Mark Wahlberg, and the plants start talking to each other's, and if you've seen the movie, you've seen the movie. If you haven't, you haven't. I liked it. It's a great movie. It's a great movie to me. Anyways, there's the one part, and he walks up to this plant, and he's talking to the plant. Just talking to the plant. And then when he's done talking, he reaches out and he grabs the leaf and he goes, "It's plastic. I'm talking to a plastic plant." An illusion. An illusion looks like the real thing, but it ain't going to produce anything like the real thing. It ain't going to stand up like the real thing. The real thing is going to die after a while. Them leaves are going to fade off. They're going to turn brown. But the fake one is just going to stand up perfect green forever as long as it's like that. It's an illusion. That's not life. People are really good at making things look like there's something that they're not. The reason why I wear my stuff, all these bracelets and whatnot, well, an additional reason. I want to see what kind of metal it is. I want to see what kind of metal it is. If it's constantly rubbing up against itself, that shiny little silver is going to wear off. Almost, oh, it's copper. silver plated. It's got the element of silver on it, but through and through is not silver. And that changes things. Copper's still good. I'm cool with copper. Got little garnets in it and stuff. I love it. It's cool. That one is in. There was, yeah, I don't wear it anymore. There was one. I thought it was a particular metal. I wore it for a good while. And after a long while, started to lose that outer coating, and I started to see the metal it was underneath, and I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want that on me. Glad I found out that that was an illusion. When we have friendships or relationships of any regard, friendship, whatever, when we hold back the truth, we're manipulating their reality because we're creating an illusion. We don't want them to see what is inside. I'm talking about a friend. I'm talking about a brother, sister, somebody who lives with you in the house, somebody's close to you, close to you. I'm not talking about strangers. I'm not talking about just past. And we can be around somebody that we truly do care about. Because we don't say, then they don't know. And if they don't know, they're left in the dark. It's not easy to be able to give the truth in a way that individuals are just going to be happy with it all the time. As some say, you can season your words. But if you put too much seasoning, is it now not tasting at all like the truth? You put so much seasoning on it that they got another idea. They got a taste of that they were eating something else. They got a different idea in their mind. These are things that I personally had to recognize within myself and my communication or lack of communication with others that I was close to. My mom is me and my mom. That's what we learned. We learned that 99.9% of our arguments came from miscommunication. I was thinking one thing, something else happened. If the communication would have happened along the way or at the beginning, I would have known that the end result is going to be different. I would have already known about this. And so I wouldn't have been upset. So me and Mama, we started learning to communicate better when she was still alive and her years the way they worked out. That's why I don't make up stories for people. What do I mean? Make up stories for people. If you are outside of my contact, then I ain't making up what you thinking. I ain't making up what you doing. I don't know. And frankly, in the most loving way, I don't care. Like, I ain't gonna be all up your a-hole trying to figure out everything you do. I don't care. You do you, and we hang out, have a good time. I know people that ask me questions about what I'm thinking, but I know that they're not actually curious about what I'm thinking. They want to know what I'm thinking so that they can do something different. They want to know what I'm thinking so that they can actually interfere with my ongoing life. How do you know somebody's asking questions of a personal nature so that they could improve their own life versus asking questions of just wanting to undermine you? I got an answer for you. Pretty good answer, too. When they ask you for information, be aware that they are interested in delving into that subject too. Come from it from that perspective. Switch it up. They're asking me questions because they want to learn about it too. Okay. I know the path I went on to get where I am. I can share that path with you, and there's going to be options when I share that path with you because I had options at particular junctures of my path. Full free reigning option on my choice. So I'm going to share. I'm not going to, I don't know the person initially. I'm going to share information. Sure. Interested in, I was happy to share. But then I'm going to ask you a personal question, one of them options. I'm going to see if you pick an option. I'm going to see if you pick something that you, because the option is you, here's a subject field, pick a name that you connect with and send it back to me. It's that simple. I write out that much of information. I share information. But they don't give a personal response. They just ignored when I presented that group of information. When I set up the information with that question of a personal interest, no response. When they did respond, it was not to that at all. That was left out like it was never seen or heard. That's how I know. That's how I know for a goddamn fact. They're up my ass to fucking trip me up. I'm done. Done. If you were on the path to walk on the path, you would have went on the path. You just collecting fucking information. I watch my videos, have fun. Plenty of them on there. Lots of hours, hundreds of hours. Yeah, hundreds of hours. If I did have phone service with active internet, I would go outside with you. I would take the phone elsewhere. We would travel around. I don't have a, I don't have fun. I don't pay bills. They got me paying motherfucking rent with your donations. I fucking hate fucking paying. I'm happy I can make money. I can contribute money, but you want to put a goddamn deadline and a bill on me? That's not how the spirit ever fucking worked. Ever. And that causes my love to be destroyed. My actions can't produce what they want to because I gotta pay a bill. Money. I can make that stuff. That's easy enough. But that's not my passion. That's not the creme de la creme for me. Maybe for you, maybe for them. But the last time I checked, I remember being a little kid, and there were stories, and these stories were because of some really motherfucking hidden information. Yeah, I was in a, and they said, knowing the facts, they said there'll be a day and we're gonna throw our money in the streets and it's all just gonna go up in flames because it don't buy nothing no more. It's useless. It lost its value. Poof.
Nobody cares about it anymore. When I was a little kid, I was told in school by that same group of people, but dressed up and looking different. When you get older, you hear in America, when you get older, that Social Security that you earn for your check and then you have your retirement money, it's not going to be there. It's going to be gone. I said, oh, well, then let me not put into their fucking shit. I'm not going to, why would I put into a basket where they can already see there's a hole in it? I ain't going to do it. I see a hole in the basket, I'll go find me another basket. I get my own basket. Thank you. I got my own basket. It's got some jinglies on it too. Got no holes in mine. I believed them. I believed what they told me because I could see the reality of the truth that they were speaking. And because I believed, my life was altered. I changed the actions of my life. You can make that choice at any moment you desire to. You can stay doing as you have, or you can decide to have a free will. The free will isn't the riches. It isn't I have everything I want. It isn't I'm famous. It's not winning, it's losing. The spiritual win is a worldly loss. It's an Exodus, Exodus 2.0. But this time, we ain't leaving a country, we're leaving a planet. And we don't need no motherfucking ship to do it. Our soul, our spirit, that'll be good enough to move through space and time all on its own. Quasars and all of it. I'll get a new body when I get to the next place. For those that don't remember, your state of being, your mind, your intentions are massively powerful. I'm speaking directly to the advanced spiritual individuals. Your intention, without verbal words, without physical action, your intention, the willpower of your heart, let's be specific, that willpower, the intention of your mind, those two are more powerful than any passerby's words. Let alone if you put your body into unison and you have a trinity effect. What you focus on, you will create. And you can share, and others are going to enjoy that, and they're going to get what they get out of it, and they're going to create what they create. It changes how you act, of how you view yourself. I'm going to mention it off the top of my head. I read the article before. It's a real article. Real scientists did this little study. They wanted to see if the presence of someone who looked like Batman would change people's actions. So there's a pregnant lady, and she was riding a bus. You know, they had a local bus, or I think it was a bus, and maybe it's a train, whatever. But and there was scientists, a scientist dressed up in an authentic Batman suit. Okay, authentic, like true, real, like okay, scientist, yeah, scientist, yeah. And so they there were moments when like he was not dressed up as Batman, and they noticed that I think it was 30 within the 30 to 39% range of amount of people who gave up their seat for the pregnant lady. But when the scientist was just dressed, he didn't say nothing or do anything. He's just dressed up as Batman on the train, bus, whatnot. It moved up to like a high 50 or within, I want to say 66% of people gave up their seat for. Hmm. Somebody just dressed differently, altered behavior. They didn't say anything. They didn't prompt nobody. Just the presence altered 30% plus of activity of people. Okay, they did another study. This one they brought in little kids, and there was a group of kids, and they had to, you know, take care of whatever task. It was like they were working on a project or something like that. And then there was the other group of kids, and they're working on the exact same project. But with this group of kids, the scientists, the people, they said, they told the kids, imagine that you're Batman all day long. Imagine that you're the Batman. You're Batman. And they compared how many kids actually like completed what their thing was. And the group who imagined that they were the superhero, more, a massive more percentage actually did and completed their stuff. Whereas the other group, most of them didn't finish anything. Huh. So just imagining that you're a superhero, super power, I will I will proclaim thy divine father's power to those who do not know him and those who do. Ooh. Hmm. Huh. Nothing. You don't proclaim power with your hmm, sure that make the power felt because the actions changed, because the behavior changed, because you worked harder in your mind. Everything changed from the personal perspective. And then on the outside, the clothing from the scientists changed that. So if you put your mind and your body together, wow, that's probably about 60% of the actions around you that you won't change. They're going to be different. If you think about yourself differently and you dress differently, 60% of the people you interact with are going to give you different experiences. You get a new experience out of life. There's a lot of people, they're afraid of new experiences. For me, well, I tried that one. Didn't work out to what I wanted. Tried that one. Didn't work out to what I wanted. Everything I tried didn't work out to what I wanted. Because if it was what I wanted, I'd still be there. I ain't found what I wanted. I'm still moving, still looking, still discovering. You know, it's funny because we've had people that rule the world, you know, like conquerors and stuff like that. And like Alexander the Great, he was a good guy, right? And he's more of a good guy, like some like things he would conquered like a lot of the world, right? Went around, conquered Attila the Hun, other people, you know. But the king of the world's supposed to be that Yeshua, right? That dude. Well, but even in that last book, when he when he gets the kingdom, you can go to Revelation and check it if you want to. When he gets the kingdom,
He doesn't plan to be king of the world. He doesn't actually take control. You know what he does? You go read it. He takes that kingdom and gives it to his father. The son went on the ground to take care of the work that no one else wanted to do. And he knew that's not what I want. That's not my life. I'll just take care. You got to stay over there while I'm over here so we can communicate to each other and get this shit taken care of. Because that's the only way. That's the only way we won't do it. Nobody else going to do it. Everybody else, they want to claim the world's theirs. Be no part of the world. The Christos comes, grabs the kingdom, and gives it to his father. Because he said, that's not me. I'm not part of the world. That's not me. Here, Pa, that belongs to you. So that means that man stole the world from the creator. Wouldn't that explain why everything is so screwed up on this planet? And their magicians put a spell on you and said, we're the shiny, brilliant one that you're trying to connect with. Honor us and be our servants. And everybody in the world fell for it, including our parents, including our ancestors. But I remember one life. I remember a life. And I shared this story. I shared this story with somebody. I told them the life I remembered because I told the dude, I remember it was me and you in the end of the thick of it. And we were the last two alive of our tribe. And we were taking out motherfuckers till we were the last two. We went out. That was it. It took months. Months. The dude didn't respond to me. He did not respond. He didn't even nod his head, bro. Like, barely acknowledged I said what I said. If that. I don't even remember that happening. Given that the shadow of the benefit of the doubt. What? 2 months later, he's driving to the nursery place to plant, get some plants or whatever, and so I went with him, and it's just me and him, radio on, whatever, and he starts asking me questions. He said, "You remember that thing you were telling me about?" I said, "Yeah, of course." He asked me a series of questions, a series of very specific questions, and I answered every single one just as it came out of my mouth. I didn't even think about it. No thought. There was no planning of thought. It just answer popped out. Every question he asked. And then he proceeded to share the fact that he went somewhere with a group of people. They went to a shaman, whatever the case. There was more specific words. He gave the proper story. Anyways. And in their experience, the shaman told him who he was, what he had done in a past life, and all the events of what I had described. All the answers I gave matched up 100% with everything he already knew and believed. And he never told nobody. Nobody fucking knew this shit. Nobody knew it. So I remember being a titan in the flesh. And it was me and this dude. We were giants. And our tribe been slaughtered. We've been fighting for a while. And literally the other force, they just sent wave after wave after wave after wave. And that's when he told me something from that shaman that they shared with him. And he said, people of our sort, the only way we go down is that's the only way we can go down. Wave after wave after wave, just nonstop, just 24/7. That's the only thing that can take us out. It's the only thing that can take us out. Titans. We're titans in the flesh.
And that's why you've been through moments that dropped you down to below your knees into the damn dirt. And even at your worst moment, somehow you still here. It's not somehow. It's because you my brother. It's because you my sister. And you survived just like I survived. Because we have no other option. That's who we are. We're divine beings. You take our life, we're going to come right back and do what we did before. I remember the last days. I remember living in a world saying, I ain't living with this garbage. I ain't living with these lies. I ain't living with a fucking group of people who's going to destroy others to fucking war to the end. I'd rather be exterminated from this planet than live on this planet with those pieces of nothings. Because that's all they're going to treat our world as, nothing. I remember that. But that ain't the fight we have today. The fight is for your own soul. It's for your own soul, Jim. It's for your own free will, your true will, able to be utilized without feeling bad, without feeling, oh, I got to please him. Oh, I made a mistake. To humans, divinity looks like one big ass mistake. Because humans, they want it to be exactly the way they designed it. And that's not the way nature grows. A creator appreciates growth. They want to nurture growth. They're not so mechanical. I want to see something grow. You want to design something? You want to put all them nuts and bolts together? Go on. It's going to look great. I'm sure it'll be a nice thing. But I want to see something grow. I want to see them roots branch out. I want to see the fruit come off the tree. I can't get no apple out of a smartphone. I can't get no food from a computer. Well, if we move into Star Trek and they start synthesizing food, that's I'm not going there. If it happens, well, oh shoot. Yeah, okay. Actually, I did look up some stuff about that, and there's people actually working on that reality. But it's not exactly out of thin air. They're learning how to rearrange molecules. So essentially, it'd be this contraption, and you have essentially like the fuel and the sauce, and you put the stuff inside, and molecularly it can reorganize itself into anything, like a glass or a cup of wine, anything. But then like when you're done with it, like you put like the glass like back into it, takes out the readjusts the molecules, and it can reform into something else. So essentially, as much as you got is as much as you could build, but you got to, it's only that much. Anyways, they started on that 2 years ago. They're still working on it. Star Trek and all those programs, those were more like documentaries from the past. Like that was like old technology, and that's why we have a smartphone and not a tricorder. Tricorder didn't have an active screen that you could move stuff. It had buttons you had to push. It was still analog. See, we improved the design. We improved the old technology. Just a blueprint. Why do they call it a blueprint? Why do they say it just popped up out of the blue? I'll tell you why. You can look this up on your Google search or whatever search bar that you want to. But there is an hour of the day happens. I'll say it wrong if it happens like when the sun's rising, and it happens again when the sun's setting. And essentially, the blue hour is about a 20 to 40-minute window. It varies. Literally every day it shifts. The blue hour does not stay the same. Maybe it might stay the same for 3 days, but that's the longest. By then, it's changed by a minute or two. And so, literally, the blue hour shifts. That's why our standard of clock is it needs to go into the trash can because it's not accurate with the actual change of time. Anyways, so the blue hour. The blue hour is when the veil is the thinnest. So we think about Halloween, right? We think about that night. We think about the when the feast. Technically, it wouldn't be Halloween night. It'd be like I think it's the second or November the 1st or 2nd. But it's the feast with the families when our ancestors come in and we're enjoying that time with our ancestors. And so that veil is very, very, very extremely thin. On Halloween, we dress up like scary demons to scare away the bad spirits. That's the first night. That's the first night. And then the second night, I think it's the November 1st. That's when we like enjoy the feast with our ancestors. And then the second one is like with the saints. And then it goes on for a few days. And the whole world, they have a different ceremony, like for Halloween, and then for like Day of the Dead, and this one and that one and that one, right? They were all one ceremony. They were all one ceremony. It was a 5-day procession. That was the new year. That was Tahuti. That was the 5 days. Every single month is 30 days, 3 weeks, 10 days per week. We have 5 extra days left over. That's when Tahuti. Tahuti is Thoth. Thoth, divine wisdom. He had to do something to change the world because the world was screwed. But he couldn't create what he needed to create. So he created 5 days. And because those 5 days were outside of the record of time, he could create whatever he wanted. And that's where the divine family really came through. He brought him. He was able to bring divine intelligence into this dimensional realm during those 5 days that nobody calculated. Nah. And those 5 days are the special motherfucking time of the year, starting with October 31st that night and moving all the way down to November 4th, 5th. Well, remember the 5th of November, it's really 4 nights, and the 5th is supposed to be our fucking cue. I'll just... Riddle me this. Why do you speak in so many riddles? Because I'm really only talking to 5 people out in the world, and everybody else is just appreciating it, having fun with it. Are you one of those 5? Did you decide to take your life back? Did you decide to say, you know what, I'd rather have my free will than what the world's been giving me and my family and everybody else I've seen? It's pretty easy to know if you're one of them. If not, you don't know. That's the way it's supposed to be. See, I looked at the world. I learned what I learned on the shamanic path, and then I looked at the world. And I saw their entertainers. I saw their leaders. I saw everything that they were doing for entertainment. And they tore apart the most sacred ceremony. They tore apart how we connect with the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. They tore it apart and they went to a person and they said, here, that's your holiday. Here, there's your bone of God. They tore them apart and now we're divided. This famous thing that people have in their mind wanting to be blah, blah, blah. Lust, greed, envy, deadly sins connected to the earth. That's not the path. I'll tell you what the path is right here. It's the shamanic journey. Now, those actors, it doesn't make them bad people. Follow for a moment. Now, there's a lot of people in this world, they do not know they're on a shamanic journey. There's other people in this world, they know what the fuck they're doing. They're aware of what other people are going through, and they put through trials of tribulation to see if they could actually do something that they couldn't. Okay? So, yes, there are hidden seers. Oh, yes, there are. Now, the individual that's the actor, okay, every role that they're getting into, just connect with me here. They jump into it head first. They develop the problems, they develop the associations, they hang out with the people, they get familiar with the art, they get into it because they're not acting it, they're living it. That's why we can see authenticity on a TV screen and go, oh, he's not acting. Wow, he's really the spy. And we're convinced that he's whatever role he is because he didn't just do research, he decided to embody that person or she. Okay. Him, her, it's all the same. And that's you. So, on my own shamanic path, I recognized I've been going through the same thing myself, but not at somebody's direction, at divine connection. Okay? I recognize this. They're all authentic aspects of myself, but I had to live here and experience that and live as that in order to get this lesson so that I could become this and live as that. I couldn't live as this if I didn't live as that first. I had to move from one to the next. This is Jacob's ladder. The real Jacob's ladder of ascension is your ability to embody the divine resonance. And so that starts at low vibration embodiment, working yourself up to high vibrational resonance to where we're following the instructions of the invocations as if they are guidelines for our very life to be lived. Okay. So I was able to see that that's what they were putting the actors through. The actor, that's a bunch of shamans, bro. That's a bunch of shamans, female or male. I don't care. They're shamans. They are on their journey. I don't care if they're stuck with lust and envy and all that. Somebody else, they put a bunch of stuff on them so they'd just be a puppet. Because that person, that hidden seer that guided their growth from the dark secret depths, they couldn't do what they wanted. So they got somebody else to lie and trick and cheat and be mean and take the guilt and the fall. And if anything bad goes down, it goes back to them. So they rise to become what they couldn't. And then if something bad happens in result, they take the fall, and this hidden seer goes and finds another actor, another little puppet to be what they want for the world. I know the way this shit works. When I saw that, I said, okay, hold on. I'm not done yet. That's one. Got one. Put that in its own cup. Boom. Okay, now we have rock stars. Rock concert. I'm talking about the big ones, man. Small, but I'm really talking about the big ones. Multi 20,000 people, 40,000, 100,000 people. Oh, big one. Okay. Now, let me tell you why the music is instrumental to the ceremony. When I'm reading over
The reason why I keep going as fast as I can and I don't stop if I have a mix in my beat, literally my body temperature raises because I fucked up. Because I missed a beat. On the spiritual side of things, as long as we keep a beat, as long as we keep the frequency and the signal steady, there's transference that's happening. Information can go back and forth. The window's open. That's why you got the drum beat. Because the spirits can come in through that beat. Everything else can change. But now there's time for communication. Now there's time for revisions. Now there's time for interconnectedness because we're keeping a rhythm going. Doesn't matter what the rhythm is, we're keeping it going. And they can survive on that. They can transfer on that. They can do so much on that. The concert, the rock star, was the individual that was making sure that that beat didn't stop. And there's moments in the ceremony when the shaman, priest do the work. He got to come and mess with this and do that. He don't have time to be reading and staring and sitting. He got to move to something else. That's why the band was so important. Because people going to be like, I need something I'm bored. I got music. The dude's like turn around and he's messing with stuff. What the hell? You know, like, well, I guess I'll go drink my drink and do other stuff, whatever. They lose attention. Just like the spirits. So that's why the rock star was important, because they kept the energy going. So the shaman could prep the next thing and bring that out when that was time for that. Our whole world of entertainment has been chopped into a buffet meal when it was all one ritual ceremony that connected the planet as above, so below. Below your feet. The ground's not, we're not below. Between your feet and my feet and somebody else over in Japan and another part of the world, the dirt Gaia, a living entity of life, is between our feet, beneath us, below us. We can reach up to the heavens and bring that down to Mama. We do that together, the whole world changes. Up till now, it's all been an independent race. Who can be the king of the world? Who can claim the prize? Who can da-da? That was never the mark. It's never the mark. You got the actor, got the rock star. Start bringing on other venues, the way they set up things, theme parks, the way their different sections are decorated, colorful, fanciful, evoking aspects of the imagination, bringing forth powerful imagery so that one can reflect and become something more than they were before. Why? Because we know for a fact now, colors, sounds, shapes, all of it is how we reprogram our mind. That's how we see and believe and create our whole world before us. Well, I don't want to leave it up to some golden arches of McDonald's to make me think something. I'd rather look to my pa right here, to Ra, and to anybody who go, hey, your pa, hey, it ain't your pa? Well, check out the beak I got on me. Is it matching up my pa? Because I'm trying. They say your nose grows every single year, just a little bit. My dad was in his 50s. I was like 14, 13, 12, little kid, little teenager. And he had us put our noses up next to each other, and my nose was bigger than his. Because he wasn't my real dad. That's my real dad right there. That's my real dad. I can choose to have any perspective within my mind. I can choose to think anything I desire to think. I can still work with my world.
I can still operate with somebody. I can still show respect. I can still walk properly. I could go over and grab my vest and put a vest on and walk into a store and get whatever I'm gonna get and walk out. The true nuts that you're allergic to in this world, they're going to tell you to do what they're doing. They're going to tell you what you're doing wrong. They're going to try to change everything about you. Those are the true nuts that you're allergic to. Get rid of those. And you're going to stop breaking out in hives, okay? Let the metaphor speak for itself. Can you dig it? I can dig it. Can you dig it? I can dig it. Taking me back old school on that one. Thank you. Thank you. Oh boy. I knew today was going to be like this. I knew today was going to be like this. Look, I don't even have the weed pen. See, I threw every other one in the garbage. See this one? It don't even have anything in it. I mean, there is kind of some at the bottom, but I undid it. I say, you know what, I'm out. So I don't even have anything. This is me. This is me. And as you see me every day, this is more energy than what you normally get a taste of. I know I'm too much. I know that. I'm too much for humans to handle. And that's why I've been looking for someone who's divine in this world. Because someone that's divine, they can balance my energy. But a straight up person that's just connected to human, and that's no disrespect or no bad, but just connected on that wavelength, it can't balance my energy. I'm just, I'm too much sugar. I'm too much honey. It's nice at the beginning, but if you drink a gallon of honey, fuck, you're gonna be hurting. You're not gonna be doing good. That's too much. That's too much. Because I disconnected from people a long time ago. When my mom passed away, I disconnected. When my mom died, I went into hermit mode. And who came out? Me and my mom fused as one. My mom was a conqueror. My mom was smart. All this stuff I'm doing and whatnot is all after my mother, Rosemary. Because I paid attention to her. When she went to go do something, I didn't tell her, don't do that. I didn't say that's going to make me feel uncomfortable. You look, we go out to eat with my brother back in the day. Me, my mom, my brother. And like, my mom gets something on the plate and she's like, I didn't want that. I said no onions or whatever the case, didn't, maybe not cooked right, whatever. My brother would not let her say anything to the waiter or waitress. If my brother was there and I wasn't, he would not allow her to correct and get the correct food back. He was afraid. He was afraid that not only would they tamper with her food, that they would tamper with his food if she complained. So out of his own fear for him doing wrong, because he would lie, steal, and cheat out the wazoo. So out of his own fear for people doing bad stuff to him, because that's what his karmic reality is, he puts that on my mother, who's a goddess in the flesh, and says, shut up. You can't say anything that you don't like. You're unhappy with it? Eat it. Yo, mom, you unhappy with what you like? Tell you what. Yo, waiter. Yeah. Thanks. Can we get a new plate? This wasn't prepped right. Thank you. Shit. You don't even have to ask, mom. I'll ask for you. I don't give a fuck. You want to do something because you don't like it? Do it. Somebody tries to control your body? Tell you what, control your own body. I stepped back and I watched my mom. I learned from her. I did not interrupt her process. I did not interrupt and say, oh, I don't know. You got to stop. That don't make sense to me, mom. No, you can't. No. I sat back, but I wasn't comfortable, man. I got out my clipboard and I sat back. All right, mom. I'll take a note on that one. Boom. Okay, good. Shit. What you gonna do next? Oh, damn. Okay. All right, got you. And then after she passed away and ascended on, I was able to put all those notes together. I was able to remember who Rosemary was. And I was able to allow Rosemary to be, because I could remember who she was. Not somebody I manipulated into a certain set of reactions and responses, but somebody who I admired and I watched and I listened to. I'm not saying every day was perfect. Hey, mom, son, yeah, most days are good. But we all have those moments when we've expended too much energy. And that's when our own patience, our own resilience, it drops. Because we don't even have the energy to keep up our own honor. The honor of oneself? What's my honor? I'm going to speak the truth. I don't care. I don't care. I'm speaking the truth. Not to be mean. If it's just, a truth and it's going to hurt you and you're not going to learn anything from it, I have no reason to say that truth to you. I have no reason to share that information with you. I'll just keep it myself. I'm not trying to hurt with this information, but I need to be honest with my life. And that means with every person around me. And so for my honor, that means I've got my integrity. And that's for each one of their own accord. That's not for anybody else's testimony. There's one individual who's really going to have a chat with that person about their actions, their whole life. And that conversation is when their soul meets source, and ain't nobody, me or anybody, you, him, nobody has a say on that conversation, let alone down here in the physical reality where shit ain't even worked out yet. You're still in the thick of a mess and you're blaming someone for not doing a good job. Or what? No. If somebody didn't do a good enough job and I'm unhappy with the conditions that is, I ain't gonna go tell that person nothing. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna walk up over after they're gone. Because remember, I'm gonna pay attention a little bit. After they gone, they packed up, they gone. I see kind of bad job there. Well, I'm gonna come in solid. Yeah, that's good. That's gonna hold. What they did, it was gonna break in like 2-3 weeks. This, not gonna hold indefinitely till a real solid fix can permanently be set in. I didn't go tell them. I didn't need to go charge them with anything. No. No, that's not my job. That's not my responsibility. That's on them. Do they want to learn? Do they want to grow? Do they want to advance? All I can do is encourage that behavior by living my life, and they can see the benefits that I'm living with versus what they have been doing. But you got to remember again, this whole day, when you win, you lose. When you win at planet Earth, you lost Gaia, you lost heaven, you lost the spirit. Because now you're king of the world. And if you're king of the world, well, you have a planet. Guess you don't need to be in heaven. Because last time I checked, that throne belonged to the Almighty up above, not a motherfucker human. Not a human. It was the Almighty up above, connecting with the mama down below. The world belonged, the father and mother, they belong together. They belong at the head of the table. That's why for me, I got a chair over here. I got a chair over here, and I don't ever sit in it. Because that chair is for a divine presence. That chair's for the divine. Some spirit won't come sit right there. They got their own chair. That's why that one looks empty. But if they want to come sit, they got their own chair. I guess I should have two chairs for them, huh? One for mom and pa. Make me reevaluate things. We're one big family. We're a bunch of brothers and sisters. Not one of us is a parent. Not one of us is mom. And not one of us is dad. Not really. Not when you consider it as Mother Earth, Gaia. The Divine Mother is our planet. If the planet is Mother, we're her kiddos. We're just her kiddos. You know, it's interesting. In one of the portions that I read over to the Divine Father, there's a portion in there, and it says, "May your creative ambience flow through our spheres." Spheres. Creative ambience flow through our spheres. At first, I was thinking like water, like bubbles. And then I was thinking planets, like our whole solar system. And then I thought about our bioelectrical field, in which nowadays they got devices that can read that field of energy. That is our sphere of energy. Through our own personal essence, may his creative ambience flow through us. Creative, not destructive. It's a creative. Didn't say controlling. Creative. Did not even say directing. It said creative. We're supposed to create. That's what we are. We're creators. That's what you are. You're a creator. We wondered what we are. What's our purpose? To create a better world? To turn it into something beautiful?
to be able to like turn on the TV or the news and there's like a big ass fucking flashing thing going over the cross of every single TV screen, and it says no wars are happening anywhere in the world. Not a single war. No wars in the whole or in this whole planet. Nobody is going to war with each other. All of those resources utilized for destruction, to research, to create, all of that energy could go into creating homes, more gardens, better schools. The list could go on. The list could go on. And that takes a worldwide effort. That is a worldwide. Either we do this collaboratively from the top to the bottom, or we don't do it at all. Our soul just escapes the planet. I'd like to leave behind a paradise. That's what I'm used to doing in my lifetimes. I'm used to going to a planet. The thing is dilapidated, destruction, fucking third world crap. And when I leave, I see nothing but green behind me. Green and happy and good. Sheesh, yeah. I'm freaking paradise now. Change that one. Next. We've done this more than just here. We've just been stuck here the longest. They mastered the technique of how to wipe memory from not just past lives, but in this time. Trauma causes the brain to overheat and it destroys the connections within your own thinking, within your own brain. And that destruction of connections, the information's still there, but it doesn't have the connection anymore. It can't actually send it. So then we're unaware of it. If you are unaware of, let's just play pretend, just pretend. If you were unaware of everything you ever learned, and you're, let's just say 15 years old, and you went back to scratch, well, crikey, you got to learn how to talk, you got to learn how to interact. Everything is from the scratch, no memory of nothing. Damn, rough start. At 15, that's a rough start. Essentially, every single one of us go through that process in our birth here on this world. The system was set up so we could remember who we are, but that got destroyed. That system of memory, of re-memory, that got destroyed. That system, okay, it got preserved with one group of people. Maybe one group of people saw it. There might be 2 or 3 out there. Anyways, they're not known. There's one that's known. Anyways, the Dalai Lama, like as a little kid, they bring him in, and it's not just one thing. There's several things, but like there's the ultimate like test, and that ultimate one is like there's a bunch of things on the table. As a little kid, he doesn't know anything. There's just a bunch of things. He never seen any of this before in his life, and he'll pick out certain items, and literally he'll pick out the items that he had as the Dalai Lama in his past life, and that's how they know. That's how they know, because there's too many. There's no way he could have just picked those select. So they know that boom, they got their. But that's not just. It's a process. So it's been preserved somewhere on this world. But that's what the entire world. That's when all the lights were on. Remember in the beginning of the Bible, the whole world was lit up, and then that big God, MAN showed up, and half the lights went out. Yeah, a being of light destroyed light. I mean, like, could you tell me you're writing a fictional book in any planer, and you just threw some facts in it along the way, some historical counsel? Anyways, okay. So in this world, what they've mastered is erasure
of your memory. Erasing your memory. That's what they master. When I go over these words of power, when I hang out with you every day, we grow in our brain. We develop in our memory. We're getting our memory back. We're accessing. That was and is the attack. If there's a gajillion things you think is the war, oh, I gotta get rid of money, gotta get rid of this, gotta rid of... No. The war is for the memory to come back. It is to access the memory that is still there. It is to develop our memory to last longer. What is the prevalent thing in the world? Short-time memory, short-term memory. Little videos, catch it real quick, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. Do that for 40 days in a row. And now if you watch a 2-hour movie, you're going to flip through it in 20 minutes or less because you have trained yourself through habitual action that you don't want to think for a long time. They gave you the environment to destroy your own memory, your own cognitive ability, and you used it. Not because of anything bad you did. That's what they did to everybody. I was in that trap too. I got screwed over like that too. We all did. I just learned that truth. That's all. I just learned that truth. I said, oh, that's the war? That's the thing? I just need to increase the power of my brain. Huh. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, then, I guess we got to go back to school. But I ain't going to nobody's school. I ain't going to your classroom. Who are you? Stranger danger? I don't know. What, just because you got a group of men and they all agree with you and say what you say goes? I'm supposed to fucking get on the bandwagon and go, oh, yeah, because you got billions of dollars? No. No. I can find the books myself. I've got the Library of Alexandria multiplied at my fingertip. Could find anything. Every single one of these blessings. Well, I can't say every single one. Yeah. Technically. Every single one I found. They're accessible on the internet. What are you searching for? Soda pop? Bubble gum? Got enough bubble gum? Coffee? Or wisdom? You looking for knowledge or you look for wisdom? Because your keyword searches are going to change. We're going to change bubble gum to raw. I'm going to change soda pop to divine mother. I'm going to get different results on my information feedback now. Now I got to compare information. Got a bunch of, got this story here, got that story here, got that story there. What's going on? Now I got to put together the clues. I got to figure out the puzzle. All that happens during hermit mode. When you're in hermit mode, we've withdrawn from society, and I went into intense study because I have an intent that I'm working towards. I have a goal. And not only do I have a goal and intent, I got a plan. I got a plan of action to get to that goal. So that plan of action means, everybody, done with you for a moment. I'm going to pop open my books and I'm going to transform. At the end of this, I don't know how I'm going to transform, but everything I'm taking in is It's going to give me a new perspective of life. It's going to let me learn how to do this differently. Okay, done it. 40 days, I created a habit. I picked a habit because out of whatever I was studying and learning, I got to make it part of my life. So I found something that was in there that I was studying. I made it a part of my life, and I did it every single day, 40 days in a row. Now I'm going to carry it on for the rest of my life, and I ain't going to think about it. It's just auto processing. I just learned how to let 99.9 of everything I thought I needed to be aware of. I just put all that into auto processing. I do that all the time. I don't even think, let me just treat the habit. Now I don't think about it, just happens. When it needs to happen, it just happens. Now my brain is free to say, what do I want to think about? Or I just want a blank mind right now. I don't want no thoughts there. Okay, no thoughts there. It's blank. Easy enough. I moved on for all the other stuff. It's auto processing. Don't even think about it. Trust myself enough. Confident enough. I'm not confident out of, oh, I can do that. No, I have done that. And I work through that problem. And if that comes up, I know to do that. And if that pops up, well, I can do this or that. And, I can do that. I'm confident enough. I'm going to do it. So I'm going to do it. If I'm not confident to do something, then I ain't going to do it. No. Why? So I could be a half-ass it? So that I could leave a mess for somebody else to have to not only clean up, but fix and correct, which is probably going to mean that you have to rebuild it from scratch. You got to start all over because I left a mess. Because I wasn't confident. Because I didn't know what I was doing. There's somebody. I've done this myself in my past. Oh, I don't do that anymore. That for me will fall into the lie category. And there might have been a moment where I didn't correct somebody because they were talking. And so like, oops on that one. But like, there has been plenty of times in my younger youth where somebody asked me if I knew how to do something. And I confidently, though arrogantly, said yes. I never messed with it a day of my life. I never even knew about the existence of that. I looked at it, I could gain the concept of how it works, and yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. I don't know, I never worked with it before. I'll figure something out. That's not what I said. They asked, do I know how to do that? And I said, yes. I got to take that bet. I got to go back. I got to think about that. So somebody asked me, do I know how to do it? If I know how to do it, confident. I said, yeah, I know how to. I'll knock that out in one day. Take care of that. Or they say, do you know how to do that? I say, I think I could figure it out. But no, I never messed with it before. Tell me some stuff. Our words, literal words, matter because you will catch yourself saying more lies than you ever intended to. It wasn't your intention to lie, it was your intention to be good, loving, hospitable, respectable, honorable. That was the intent of the lie. But a lie is still a lie. And the last time I checked, there's one father of lies, and there's one father of truth. I watched my mom. I watched my mom go through certain acts of like real bad stuff from my dad and others. And I spent a solid 10 years of my life cognitively working with my mom to
unbrainwash her, to get her out of a 13-year marriage of which the other dude was nothing but a slave master. I mean, if somebody's going to cry and you're going to yell at them, there's that's not cool. There's no connection. That's one person not getting the way they want and the other person bashing them in, and you're like, what? Like, that's not love. I spent 10 years getting my mom to where she could do what she wanted to. So she could go to the restaurant, order what she wanted, and say, "No, I don't like that. Bring me, would you please bring me, respectfully." She wasn't mean or anything. She was respectful and kind in her requests and whatnot. For her to buy the lettuce she wants, regardless of the price, for her to be able to be Rosemary and do what Rosemary wants to do. I don't know what Rosemary wants to do. I'm not Rosemary. That was my mom. But she didn't even know what she wanted to do because she had somebody controlling her. They put habits onto her for 40 plus days straight. They added more habits, and they put her in a freaking mental lock and did what they did. And I had to undo all that, and I did. And I don't say that as in I did, but I do say that as in I did. And I'll share why. It's after my mom passed away, and I was on an exit ramp from the freeway. I was coming home from work, and my wife and daughters, and I was on the freeway exit ramp. It was like a long exit freeway ramp, and there was just one memory I have with my mom, and it was just like the most brightest and beautiful smile she ever had, I ever seen. And I was able to get a picture of it. I was able to get a snapshot picture of it. And God, the Divine Father, He put that image in my head. He put that picture in my mind. I was just driving home from work. I just got off of work. And that image jumps in my mind. And He said, "You see what you did for that for her? Imagine what you could do for others." That's how I can say I did, because it wasn't my intention. It was what I was consciously doing. That is what I was aware of. That's why I didn't go pursue my own life. That's why I didn't go have all of that, because I was helping my mama. She was damaged from everybody that used her just to get what they wanted. And then when they couldn't control her anymore, then that's when they treat her ugly. That's when they be mean to her, because she was done taking their crap. She learned what they were putting on her, so she started bucking back. And that's when the fights would happen with other people. Aren't you living with the same crap? Ain't you in the same world? Just because I got out don't mean that other people, don't. They still there. That pain still exists. That's still being lived. So I do everything I can every single day to share with you, my good brother, my good sister, friend, fellow. Success don't come overnight. And a lot of times with a big win on the spirit side, at least for myself, I don't even know I get it until well afterwards. Days, weeks, months pass by. That was probably between 4 and 5 months after my mom passed away. About 4 to 5 months after she passed away. And the way my mom, like, look, my mom, she had brain cancer. That's not what killed her. Anyways, it was the damn treatments they were taking. That shit kills everything in your body, not just the cancer cells. It kills everything. That's what cut her short. But up until the moment that she was bedridden, which was like the last 3 months of her life, when she was bedridden, she couldn't talk, she couldn't speak. Bedridden, we had a Cadillac CTS 2006 paid off. Paid extra money to get the low jack on it. And if you don't know, low jack means like the car could be anywhere and like boom, GPS find it. Boom, got it. It was before. And so we paid extra for that service. And the reason why it was the Cadillac CTS is because these cars are expensive, because they're going to survive in a car crash and keep the people safe a lot better than that clunker junker over there. That's, anyways, not a lot of cars on the more expensive end. They put more into like that crash system. Anyways, so in my mind, if she gets in an accident, she'll be okay. And if she gets lost, doesn't remember who she is, well, we can find the vehicle. So I ain't worried. My entire family, my uncles, my grandma, my brother, because it is me and my mom against the world for our whole life. And well, after everybody else was out of it, and I let her drive. Everybody hated me. Everybody in my family hated me. All of them. They all hated me because I let my mom drive wherever she wanted to go and do whatever the hell she wanted to do. When she actually was bedridden, well, obviously can't drive a car no more. But everybody they were angry at me. Oh, she could get lost. Oh, she could do this. Oh, that. You know what? To the end of my mama's life, as much as she could control her own damn body, she did what the hell she wanted. That's a win for me. I already won. I already got my win. When you live life through those divine lenses of truth, you will recognize when you get your win. And nobody can take that from you. It exists within. There's not an additional ounce of money. There's not an additional action. There's nothing required to happen afterwards that will dissolve, take away, or diminish that win. I already won. My mother ascended. I saw it. The only way she on this world is when she sits in my heart. Because her energy shifted. At the end of my mom's life, about a month before she was bedridden, there'd be days like she wouldn't know who she was, but then there would be other days where she remember everything. And there's this one time she came up to me and she told me, she said, of herself, not of me, of herself, maybe I'm an angel. Back then, we were Jehovah's Witnesses. And to say that you're an angel
You don't do that. You don't do that in that religion. That shit don't pop up in the psyche. They make sure that you're, you're fucking, your role. But that's the religion my mom was in for like darn life. And at the end of her life, about a week before she goes bedridden and can't talk or say anything, practically the last thing she tells me is that she might be an angel. If you think you might be, you are. You are. She was trying to be modest. God already came into her being and said, you coming to heaven. You ascended. I got you personally. And out of her modesty, of her own doubt, said, maybe I might be an angel. She knew it. She didn't doubt it. She knew it. She was trying to be modest. She wanted me to be Jehovah's Witness religion thing. What are you saying, Mom? I won. My mom already won. I could lose every day for the rest of my life, but I already won. You don't have anything I want. Unless you got a loving heart. You want some family? Oh shit. You gonna be some family to be. I'll be some family back. You do got what I want. But material possession, otherwise, all the other junk in the world. Here's fame, here's that, here's all blah 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 blah. King of the world, blah blah. Keep it. Do what you want with it. I ain't interested in it. I got my win. I got what I wanted. I already won my fight. I already got that win. Your perspective and your sight of your own life, that's what keeps you stable in a world full of instability, in a world full of people who are worrying, who are sad, who are dealing with this or dealing with that. All those things, they belong to other people. Your life is yours. Your perspective is yours. Calculate it. Don't judge it. Calculate it. If you judge it, you're just going to run away. If you calculate it, you're going to keep it on the table. You're going to understand what's in this world. When you understand what's in the world, you can actually walk about it peacefully. A peaceful confidence, knowing that you can survive until that day when it's time to go through the pearly gates upstairs. And when nobody's opinion can shake you, that tree of life is planted and it's bearing fruit. And there are people all around you that are eating off of it. You don't even know because it's from your excess. All that power within you, all that living energy of your own chakra system produced enough overflow that fruit was produced that you don't even eat. Other people eat it. I got my source of power right here. This is the stuff I munch on all the time. That's how we turn our world into a garden of life instead of destruction. I can't change the actions of another person. It took me 30 plus years to learn that, darn near 40 years. 36. 36. It took me 36 years to learn that I cannot change another person's actions. It's not possible. You can, I could, but it's going to cause problems. There's problems, problems for me, problems for them, problems for everybody around them. No, I don't want, no, can't do it. I can't. I don't want to. I can't. I just can't. I don't want, no. If you want to change the world, isn't there a song? Michael Jackson, something. You want to change your world, change yourself. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. Right? If you want to change your world, I got to change myself. And what that change involved was moving from human desire, lust, greed, me, I want, how I see it. I had to get rid of all of that. All of that had to go into the trash. That's not easy to get rid of. That's not easy to do. Though on the shamanic journey, when we open our world to more experiences, we're going to be able to see ourselves in another individual. And dang, I don't like that about myself. I can work on that. I don't have to tell them to change their life. No, that's their life. I'm not their mom or dad. They didn't pick up the shamanic journey. I'm on it. So I paid it. I saw myself. I saw my reflection, and I cleaned up my reflection and get rid of that piece. Boom. And then wherever that ends, meet somebody else. Next, next, next. I didn't need just one person to stare at and point all of myself onto them and say, okay, I'll fix that, I'll fix this, I'll fix this, I'll fix this. I've had some relationships, yeah. But on my shamanic journey, that's where I learned I no longer needed that one person. Because if I put all of that onto one person, their life, nobody needs all of that on them, period. It just doesn't need that. Too much rebound of energy, no. That's why the shamanic journey is important for interactions with others on that speed. Because without needing to change somebody else's actions, we can learn from them and correct our own course. Ascension is a solo journey. There is no collective ascension, not in the way people thinking. About the closest way I could describe that. And this applies to anybody who's a healer. I don't care. And that healer, you could go around and you just give some kind words. You don't pull tarot. You don't know nothing on the esoteric side. You just go around and you share encouraging words. And somebody's not good, doing good. You take them a little something. That's just your nature. You're a healer. That person, when they're not doing good, unknown to their consciousness, their spirit connects back with yours. That link is connected up, and healers stay connected to their people, to their fam. The healer is the one who can truly ascend all on their own without any help from anyone. But everybody they helped heal. This is why the heart must be lighter than a feather. Because if you would imagine one human healer, you could imagine yourself. And every single feather going on them is going to turn them into an angel. It's going to give them wings. And every single feather is a person. They're going to ascend together.
that healer can take all them souls because they don't weigh nothing. They're a bunch of feathers. They're helping me ascend, if anything. We're going to ascend faster. I'll put it that way, ascend faster. But there's no mass grouping of ascension going on. It's not a family gets through. If I did not work with my mom through all those years, and it's not like I try to shove stuff down her throat or tell her to change her, just being kind, encouraging, so forth and so on. She was able to get herself to the point to where she can believe that she's an angel. She got to the point before she lost her ability to speak to believe that she's an angel. I think that's why God shut her mouth up. She told me too much. And at that point, she was in this. Now I know. But when she couldn't talk, her soul was transferring to the next life. That ascension doesn't just happen at the end moment. That's the cake it's finally came out the oven. It's totally ready to eat now. But the moment that she couldn't talk anymore, as her soul is transferring to the next place, she's receiving information. And everything that she was supposed to hear and know was for her. It wasn't for me. I was supposed to discover it on my journey. And she knew a lot of this. And that's why she left me clues. That's why she told me certain things. She knew she couldn't tell me, whatever reason, I don't know. But she left me clues, and I followed those clues. And it taught me everything I needed to know to become who I am. And to know that after this life, be my mama, be my two daughters, it's going to be me. My grandpa's going to be there. There will be a couple others there. But the most important ones to me is my two daughters and my mama. And I'm going to show up right where they are. I'm going to be right next to them. That's my next life. This one, it already bit the bullet. It already took the thing, man. This is overtime for me. All these days are overtime. Kind of like Back to the Future, or what Doc, you know, and he's like, yo, like, here's the game to bet on, right? Or no, I wasn't that one. It was a book, whatever part. It's the first Back to the Future movie, anyways. And Biff, he's got the book or whatever, and he's trying to get it back, and the book tells the sports scores. Oh yeah, it's Biff and his older self, and he's sharing the book with them, and he's like, you got to set the bet for it. Follow this, and you follow all these, and gamble, and you'll be super rich. And there was a portion where it goes into the game ended, like the bell, like you hear it in the movie, like the game ends, but somehow out of nowhere it like shifts into overtime without explanation, and just like you hear the final thing go, but out of nowhere it goes into overtime. Wait. Future's accessible, and even in our present, we write about the past, keep records of everything, right? Guinness World Book records, records for this, records for that. So somebody in the future already knows the past because it's literally cataloged. And if I want to send energy, if I want to send information to the past, I need to send my energy forward
at lightning speed, because it's going to go so fast that it's actually going to curve space time, and that energy literally it's going to hit that wall. That wall, there's an invisible wall. It's going to hit that wall. It's going to come all the way around, and when it loops back around, that's the past. That's the past. It was me in the future. It's me in the past. My energy is going to come back to me. Thanks for hanging out for another wonderful day. Look, I didn't ask for. I've on the first, I might not be live right now. As it goes, I need $200 to pay rent. If I don't have $200 to pay rent, my shit gets taken. So either I pack my shit and leave, or I lose everything and I'm out on the street anyways. So if you care to donate, I need $200. If you don't, I don't care. My life is. I'm happy to. I'm seriously. I'm happy to move on. It is what it is. But I love you, my friend, fellow, my brother, my sister. Know that winning in this world means losing on the spirit. If you do care to donate, I do appreciate it. And thank you for the gifts. And my GoFundMe is connected to my main profile page. Anyways, thank you. Thank you. I love you. Blessings always, every day. Don't let that, just because something pops up, bring your honor up. You are a knight in shining armor of divinity. Much love and many blessings, Donna De Go. Until we catch you next time, tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern.